And there you have it. There you have it. I like to start off with that with Sister Soldier. That's a throwback. That's a throw. If you like my age or whatever, you know who Sister Soldier is. If you're like my age, you grew up in the 80s and the 90s, you know who Sister Soldier is. And I want to play that. You heard her rap. You heard a little speech that she had in the rap, what she considers herself, right? And Sister Soldier was very, very popular. She was extremely political. She was up there, with Public Enemy, Queen Latifah, and a lot of other X Clan, a lot of pro black Pan African rappers. So I wanted to play her. She was very fitting for today's topic, right? So you can see the title again on this show is going to be a review. If you guys caught it the last time, thank you everybody who was a part of the show a week ago on the To Be Fair show, right? And it was supposed to be politics, but it depends on where the conversation goes, and it pretty much stayed and plateaued on what is blackness. So I'm gonna review that video that we have, and the unhistorical, uneducated premise that they were laying out. It was basically about feelings, and as grown men, grown black men in this day and age, it's good to have these conversations about blackness and stuff like that because things do change, right? But we should have the guiding principle of what our forefathers laid before us. We should have a guiding principle of credible, scholarly black men, that educated black men that dedicated their lives to that. So what I'm going to do a contrast between, because these guys, they don't. You have some of the guys on the panel, they're impartial, they're in the middle, and some of the guys are just really, really just on the crazy FBA train, So I'm gonna put what their teacher, right, which is Tariq Nasheed, right, Tariq Nasheed, because they call themselves FBA more than anything, right? I'm gonna put their teacher that they hold in high regard and high esteem over these men. I want to stand even on the toes of these men. I'll be honored to stand on the toes of these men, let alone on the shoulders of these men. And I'm coming from, I hope I'm invoking their spirit, their teachings, their lessons on what is blackness in America, in the diaspora, in Africa, on the continent, or wherever. This is my these men are my guiding principles to what blackness is. So I'm gonna compare these men that I'm upholding to what they told us what blackness is, right? According to their God, their teacher, which is Tariq Nasheed, right? That's what I'm going to do right now, right? And from there, once we have a base of who Tariq Nasheed is, because he is the father, the grandfather, the architecture of FBA, right? We're going to see who he is, what his upbringing is. And it's not going to be a lot. It's going to be very short. And we're going to go into who these men are. These revered men that even Tariq Nasheed talks about, right? If anyone knows Professor James Small was at the feet of these men, right? That's why Professor James Small doesn't even rock with Tariq Nasheed or FBA at all. He kind of denounced it, right? So what I'm gonna do right now, since it's gonna be so short and so sweet, I'm gonna tell you really quick via just pictures who Tariq Nasheed is. So Tariq Nasheed came on the scene right writing Mac lessons, want to be pimp, and all this other stuff. And I heard that some of the so-called Mac lessons he got from someone who taught him that, but he's the one that put it in the book. And remember, he's supposed to be Mr. Pro Black. So you have Mr. Pro Black, right, putting this in it in his in Mac lesson. He says, as far as an upscale black man with an upscale white woman, that's the kind of female you want to get with. He's giving dating advice for black men, because the female is basically going to take on the characteristics and the ideology and the culture of her mother. So he's basically saying here, there's more of it. If anyone got a Mac lessons book or whatever, hopefully you get it on PDF for free. He's basically saying, like, don't look, guys. So he's promoting interracial marriage. So he's not pro-black. So that's one right there. He's promoting interracial marriage. So he says, fellas, if you're going to get an interracial mulatto girl, make sure that the mother is white, because you don't want the mother to be black, and he has said this verbatim on time. He went in more in depth on a video, because the mother's going to be ghetto. She's going to be all these negative things about black women. Fellas, you don't want that. You want her to be white. The mother to be white, so she get the characteristics of her white mother. So already alone, this is anti-black. So Tariq already, when it comes on Mac lessons, was already an anti-black. Peace, cuckoo, peace. Right? So he was already anti-black already, right? And that's with Mac lessons, right? So we may be saying, well, come on, okay. It was in what Mac lessons was like in the early 90s or something like that. He's just trying to make money. I mean, it doesn't look good, but he's trying to make money. But here he goes again. Remember, he's supposed to be Mr. Pro-Black, but here he goes again. This is in a Roger Moore. It was an HBO special about politics and how the government, like to pimp people or stuff like that. So I believe I showed you guys that in the past. So he a pimp, but he got a white girl on his own. He can't even get a black woman, but whatever. He's a pimp now, right? So he's playing a pimp. So he's so he's a wannabe actor. He's writing books and stuff like that. He's just your typical mainstream black guy just trying to make it in Hollywood. That's all that he is. He's a high school dropout. Not knocking high school dropouts, but I'm just saying, look, I'm sort of a high school dropout. I got my GED later. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking, obviously not knocking high school dropouts. I'm just saying I'm drawing a parallel to who he is and the idiots that follow him, right? Because only idiots will follow a Tariq Nasheed type person and his and laying out his pedigree here, right? So that's what he does, right? So already he doesn't promote black unity. He doesn't promote black family. He tells black men not to stay away from black women. So it sounds like he's like one of the first divestors. Once you think about him, he's one of the first divestors. And as you can see over here, that that's his mother-in-law, and that's his wife. I heard he met his wife when she was like way underage, allegedly. But I keep hearing that a lot because she's way younger than him. Tariq is like in his 60s or like mid 50s, late 50s. And she looked like she's like in her 30s. I heard he met her like way young, like she was like 17 or something, but whatever. But you can see here, he actually lived out what his book said. So he means what he says, right? He got a mulatto woman, right? And made sure that he's like, oh, you mulatto? Oh, okay. Your mama black? You know what I'm saying? No, my mother's white. I heard she's white and Jewish or whatever, right? Same thing. Jewish, white, Jewish, same goddamn thing, right? So you have that, right? So he's living it, right? So obviously, Mr. Pro-Black has a white family, right? He has a white extended family. Because as I mentioned here before, this is this is how this is dating advice to black men that he took on himself. So he's not talking the talk, he's also walking the walk, as you see right here. So Mr. Pro-Black wants to have a white extended family, right? He hates black people, especially black women, so much that he doesn't want to procreate with a 100% black woman. He wants to procreate with a mulatto person that has a white mother, because she'll have white ideologies, European customs, and to Tariq Nasheed, Mr. Pro-Black, that is easier to deal with, right? So this is the type of person of who we are talking about, right? So to give you further context, right, of who he is, I don't know any pro-black person that does this. Just take a look at this video.
Chilling. There's another one. Another died. Fine for no goddamn reason. Just chilling.
This man, just a few years ago, on the beach, stalking European women. Stalking European women, but got a nerve to say something like that. You can never find no video with me like this. Never.
I'm telling you fellas, that's a black man's Mecca.
He said this is a black man's Mecca. Stalking Europeans on a beach. What? With a camera. Now who looks like the now you got something.
The place, fellas. Chilling. There's another one.
There you go. Shout out to Taharka Bey, right? I knew about that before he did that video, because it's been, anyone that followed Tariq for a while, it's out there. But you got some people who just got on the FBA train, and they think they know everything, right? So Mr. Pro-Black is stalking European women. He'll do anything in Hollywood. He'll play a pimp. One of the most derogatory things a black man could play, right? He's a pimp, right? He's a divester, right? And he loves white women, right? So he's like, okay, I can't go to the hood or be around black people with 100% black woman. So let me get half a Negro or something like that. Maybe that's his mentality, right? That's his mentality. This is Mr. Pro-Black. This is Mr. Pro-Black. This is who we have. This is who FBA is backing. This is who FBA says is the authority of blackness. This is what FBA is saying, that they renowned to be a scholar, right? When it comes to black affairs, when it comes to black Americans, right? This is who Tariq Nasheed is. I'm gonna play that again, right? Because I don't know what pro-black person be stalking white women when Dr. Umar was in the mall with a white woman and stuff like that, and if people were just taking a picture, he was just talking to her. He wasn't like trying to bag her or nothing like that. Oh, look at Umar, he's a fraud, he's a fraud, he's a fraud. Ah, Umar's a fraud. But Tariq Nasheed, no, it's okay. You know, he could look at white women, he could disrespect black women, he could want to have a whole white family. That's fine. But Umar talking to a white woman. So let me play it again so it could really drive home what I'm trying to say.
Trying to explain how they're full blood.
Chilling. There's another one. Another died. Fine for no goddamn reason. Just chilling.
This man, just a few years ago, on the beach, stalking European women. Stalking European women, but got a nerve to say something like that. You can never find no video with me like this. Never.
I'm telling you fellas, that's a black man's Mecca.
He said this is a black man's Mecca. Stalking Europeans on a beach. What? With a camera. Now who looks like the now you got something.
The place, fellas. Chilling. There's another one.
Yeah, so like, come on now. And again, what credentials does Tariq Nasheed has to be a quote unquote historian? and Hidden Colors and everything, he brought on historians because he is not a real credible historian. So he had to bring those people to validate his position, right? So he doesn't have he's not educated in history or anything like that. Hey, look, you could be self-taught historian. You know, I'm a self-taught historian, right? He spoke about them before, but is he living up to a Professor James Smalls, a Dr. Henry Clark, a Dr. Ben, a Dr. Asa Hill, a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, a Dr. Chancellor Williams? Is he living up to those people that are all Pan-Africans? Well, we're about to see, right? So we're going to switch gears here. We already went through Tariq Nasheed's pedigree of who he is. So right now, since the topic is about what is blackness, and I am not the official authority, right? We're all authorities in our own rights, right? But I'm going to take it up a notch. We're going to hear from the grand master teachers of what blackness is. Not Kofi, not the people on the panel of the To Be Fair show, not Tariq Nasheed, right? Not Yvette Carnell, not Freeman. Everyone, any educated person who will bow at the feet of these men, sit at the feet of these men when it comes to history, right? And I'm doing the same, right? So right now, let's all get in our seats, right? And I'm about to play you a couple of clips of these men, of these men telling you what Africanness is and what blackness is, right? So let me set it up, and we're gonna get this party started, right? So Dr. Clark, and I'm gonna use Dr. Clark. Hold on. So I'll make sure I have it at the right moment. Is this the one? This should be the one. Yeah, let's. All right. I'll let it play.
States, people trying to better their condition, large number of them were indentures. All right, I'm getting to the point, and the point is, where did we fit into all of this? What had happened to the Africans in the United States between 1619 and 1776?
He said, what has happened to the Africans in that time period?
Let's focus on 1776. Because during that period, on the eve of the revolution, there had been contact between the Caribbean freeman and the black freeman of New England.
Heard that? The Caribbean freeman and the African freeman of New England. New England will be considered the Northeast, right? The African and the black man in New England.
And if you look at the biography, Ruswam, Jamaica, Prince Hall, Barbados, Robert Campbell, Jamaica again, Peter Ogden, Antigua. If you look at the biography of all of these Caribbean people, not one called themselves a West Indian.
Not one called ourselves a West Indian. Real quick history, because he may got into it earlier or later on. Because remember, Christopher Columbus was trying to find a route, quote unquote, to the New World, and he was trying to get to India. So when he got to the Caribbean, if you know your geography, he went east. He wanted to go so far east that he'll come west. So when he went to the Caribbean, was considered in the beginning the West Indies, he thought he was west of India, right? So Africans, these men, these scholarly men of the Caribbean and Jamaica, Bahamas, and so on and so forth, they do not call themselves West Indian because it is a historical misnomer.
Everyone thought of himself as an African person away from Africa and saw the plight of one African person identical with that of other African people. All right, now the revolution comes. The alleged hero, I'm using the word advisor.
So he's going to talk about Christus Atticus. So the Grand Master Teacher, Dr. Clark, saying that Caribbean people had a Pan-African mindset already. Had a Pan-African mindset all the way back then. And you had people of the Caribbean, as he said, linking up with people in Black African people in New England because they know they were the same people. Those people back then knew that they were the same people, right? This is very rudimentary history that we all should know, right? So that's one part that I want to play with you where Dr. Clark has said that, right? So because I'm laying the foundation here because we have people that you talking history and they're telling you about their goddamn feelings. We're talking history here. We're not talking about what makes you feel good or that don't sound right or I don't understand. Well, you like Dr. Clark, you say something. He used to say, don't get angry, get smart. And we're dealing with a lot of people who get angry because they're not smart. They're not smart enough to get smart. Okay, you don't know something, find out. Find out what the people are what the people are saying. I'm not the authority. Look, these are, I mean, they're my heroes too. They're all from a Pan-African mindset. They're all our heroes. But let's put on our dunce hat, aka FBA hat. Let's say I'm gonna be divisive. These are your heroes. These are my heroes because you have Dr. Clark in the black. I'm going from left to right. You got Dr. Clark that's in a black blazer. He's American, family of sharecroppers. You got Dr. Chancellor Williams right next to him, right? He's American. He's considered a Grand Master Teacher, right? You got Dr. Ben. They'll consider him a tether, but Dr. Ben is a beast, right? And next to Dr. Ben, you got John G. Jackson. He's a FBA, right? So I'm not even telling them to listen to me. I'm telling them to listen to their elders, listen to their ancestors, listen to the men that are probably more educated than their own family members, right? Not demeaning anyone, saying anyone. I don't know their family members personally, but these men are held in high esteem in academia, period, but especially in Black academia. Especially in Black academia. And I'm just reciting what they're saying, and you'll see the foolishness what these guys are saying, right? So let me play another one because I'm driving this home. I'm about to beat the brakes off of them with just using their own people, using the scholarship against them. So let me play another one of Dr. Clark because I mentioned Dr. Clark. So it's the one right here. So let's get it.
Americans that history has treated as whites, who by his criteria of who is black and white, according to society's definition.
Okay, all y'all old heads, or y'all know, or know, or up on all the videos of all of our great Grandmaster teachers. You know who Tony Brown is. Tony Brown was a very big talk show on Channel 13. This is show name shows Like It Is. So you guys know what it is.
We're black.
Oh, no, not according to Rogers' definition now. Understand, and this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people mean.
Remember, black people have never ever written any definition of race. I'm only stopping this so you could keep certain things in mind that Dr. Clark is saying. So when we move into the conversation, we could see the pervasive ignorance and post-traumatic slave syndrome that's still very pervasive and is still active in our minds, in our so-called young people. I mean, they're not that young, but I mean they're younger than me, right? And kind of how, you know, us as a society, I'm not saying the representation of society, but how we still have certain segments of society that has this mindset.
Has been, I mean, they have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here, because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself. Now, according to the laws that's still on the statute book of the United States and some other parts of the world, one drop of us makes you a whole. Now, this ridiculous law and stipulation and measurement has given black people a lot of white people according to that law. Now, it has given us Beethoven, who was called a dark Moor. Now, he was probably one of the many olive-complected Europeans that you see in the millions throughout Europe. But in the States, in the United States, they say that if you have one drop of blood of a black person, you're a whole black person. Now, by this stupid law, we have a whole lot of white people. There's a whole lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. I've been saying that forever. The one drop rule is ridiculous. One drop rule makes you 100% something. That's nigger math. I call that nigger math, aka plantation math. It makes no sense. The rest of the world doesn't operate like that.
That think they're white, that belong to us. We might claim all of South America because the Spaniards were mulattoes when they got there, having been mixed with the Moors for nearly 800 years. And they were even before the Moorish conquest. Mediterranean Europe was highly mixed with Africans. Nobody thought anything of it because they were a mixture of power and influence and trade, and they got along fairly well together for hundreds of years before they turned on each other. And I don't say it did the Europeans any harm, because the handsomest people in Europe are the olive-complected people who mix with the Africans.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man, the European.
So I wanted to show you guys that so we get an idea of what blackness is, what racism is, that black people in the diaspora, we weren't responsible for naming who we were known as, right? Because when we came here, we were Mandinka, we were Igbo, we were Hausa, we were Fulani, we were all these different type of people, right? That was stripped away from us, and we were just called by our complexion or our place of origin, you know, African or black, right? So I pretty much wanted to show you guys that so you can see where I'm coming from. I'm just laying a foundation so you guys could know where we're coming from. I'm going to play one more. Oh, man. You know what? That's okay. Dr. Clark had a little bit more to say, but I think I drive my point home already. I'm going to play one more. You guys can always rewind and rewind back and see what the video is, so you can see everything in its entirety. But I'm gonna move on to the next clip. I think I'd done a little early. All right. So right here, play this out.
Columbus, one of my favorite anti-heroes of history, one of the great fakes of all times. You know, a man in utter fraud who discovered absolutely nothing. But Christopher Columbus said, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. Now, mangling with African sailors, he learned that there was a world out there, and he learned how, from African sailors, how to come to the so-called New World. When he arrived in the New World, he found Africans doing business with the Indians and minted corn. Christopher Columbus knew
he found Africans doing business with Indians. Christopher Columbus, like, they like to use, but the explorers said that there was black people there. One of the so-called first explorers, according to Europeans, right, was Christopher Columbus, because he, quote unquote, discovered the new world. He said the Moors were doing business. Black Moors or Africans were doing business with Indians, Native Americans. He didn't say, well, there was black people doing business with black people, and that was black people in America. No, that's not what. He didn't say that. I'll rewind it back a little bit more in case you missed it.
doing business with the Indians and minted corn. Christopher Columbus knew he discovered absolutely utter fraud, who discovered absolutely nothing. But Christopher Columbus said, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. Now, mangling with African sailors, he learned that there was a world out there, and he learned how, from African sailors, how to come to the so-called New World. When he arrived in the New World, he found Africans doing business with the Indians and minted corn. Christopher Columbus knew he discovered absolutely nothing. And the whole world has made a hero out of this fake. And among the Western heroes, I don't know a bigger fake than Christopher Columbus, who welched on his debts and who enslaved the very people who had befriended him, fed his crew, cleaned his ships, showed them how to make hammocks so they can swing in the breeze other than lay on these filthy floors. That it was Christopher Columbus, after the wholesale destruction of the Indians, who suggested the enslavement.
Wholesale destruction of the Indians, not the blacks. So we know there's already distinctions. So we're not gonna try to muddy up the waters with, well, they don't know who they were talking about. They don't know what an African is, and they don't know what a Native American is. They don't know what an Indian is. They do know. These are the distinctions that was made.
Of the Africans. So he went to Father Bartholomew de las Casas, who went to Rome and made it official. Now, he was on the island of Hispaniola, now Haiti and Santo Domingo. Christopher Columbus's brother became the governor of the island. He reduced the population from 1 million to 60,000 in less than 10 years. Father Bartholomew de las Casas said that when they arrived in the West Indies, there were from 12 to 25 million people. Now, and they were all practically killed.
Because the caveman experience in the ice that they talk about, dark caves, bite prisons.
This is Dr. Leonard Jeffries. He used to teach here at NYU. He's also a legend.
And talk about in Iceman Inheritance, the rape and ramming of how does
Iceman Inheritance is good. Get that book. Iceman Inheritance is is good. Written by a white man.
He said, why has the white man or the white race ramaged through the world, killing and conquering? We have to begin to ask us those questions because
my to-do list used to look like this. A jumbled mess, projects back to back.
My bad, y'all. I can't help.
Enough, I put the book on top of Christopher Columbus. Because in our school systems and in white culture, we are trained and taught to worship this principle of death and destruction. And one of the prime examples is Christopher Columbus. And we are now going to go through, in the next couple of years, a celebration of the murder and monstrosity that Christopher Columbus represented and brought in his wake. We as African peoples and our cousins, the people of the sun, Asians, Southern Asians, and Native Americans, meaning the...
You heard that classification? So he's talking about people of the ice, right? You have people of the ice. I need to do that. That's another show I wanted to do. Yeah, people of the ice that have a certain mentality. You got people of the sun. So people of the sun would be the Africans, Native Americans, Asians, and so on and so forth. So you see, this is Dr. Jeffries, another credible African American historian, just a global historian at that. These are the classifications that they are making, right? We know these are the classifications that they are when it comes to the so-called New World, right? So let me play it again.
Asians, Southern Asians, and Native Americans, principle of death and destruction. And one of the prime examples is Christopher Columbus. And we are now going to go through in the next couple of years a celebration of the murder and monstrosity that Christopher Columbus represented and brought in his wake. We as African peoples and our cousins, the people of the sun, Asians, Southern Asians, and Native Americans, meaning the Mesoamericans or the Latinos, we have an obligation not...
Our cousins. They are our cousins. He didn't say they were black. He didn't say they were black like us. They didn't say we were black people that was always there. No.
To pay homage to someone who raped and pillaged our peoples. We have to raise that truth of who and what Columbus was. And in his wake came the other conquistadors, Pizarro and Cortez, that raped and pillaged the Aztecs and the Incas. And in his wake came other conquistadors, the tulip-growing, windshield-pushing, wood-shoe-wearing Dutch that came up the Hudson River and met the Native Americans. And the Native Americans greeted the Dutch with the Sun People's hand of Christian fellowship. And the first thing the Dutch looked at was to see whether there was any gold on the fingers, to see whether there was any gold on the arm. And then they went past the arm to see whether there was any gold around the neck. But since there wasn't any gold, they still grabbed the hand, cut it off, and then took the Native Americans' land, and then started searching for gold. In other words, the value system, the conflict of the value system of the ice and the value system of the sun was what was happening when the Dutch came up the Hudson River. And what has been the synthesis?
Many third world countries.
Ivan Van Sertima, a Guyanese man, right? He wrote, they came before Columbus, right? I'll let him rock for like a little bit.
In Africa, in South America, here on this continent, for Mr. Columbus. I think that I would like very much to discourage many third world countries in Africa, in South America, here on this continent, from participating in a celebration, if that celebration is really a celebration of the European conquest of great. Columbus took 6 Native Americans as slaves back to Europe. He presented them at the Portuguese court at the end of his first voyage. And yet he
took a bunch of Native Americans, not black people. He took a bunch of Native Americans. So when you read, if you ever read They Came Before Columbus, real quick, he had an analogy that he was talking about pretty much oh my gosh, having a brain for it. They're talking about the Olmecs. He's talking about the Olmecs because the Olmecs were probably the first people there because they have because the Olmec heads they had there are phenotypically African and stuff like that. But these people aren't obviously black people because we're talking about Mesoamericans. And he said Indians. He didn't say Africans.
He's canonized. He opened the new world. Opened the new world for whom? Europe was able to double its food supply in 30 years as a result of the foods that it got out of America, and increased its wealth 1,000-fold fueling the Industrial Revolution. It increased its wealth 1,000-fold by what it got out of Africa. We do not say this with any kind of bitterness, but we say this because we feel it is necessary that these things should be corrected in order that our vision of the world can be a more total and more equalized vision, so that we do not get these assumptions about Africans and Native Americans being saved and lifted up by foreign explorers.
So you see, you have there, he made another distinction: Africans and Native Americans, not Africans. Then you just got black people there that are quote unquote Native American. So since we laid all that out, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get to our main event soon. So before I do that, let me just give a shout out. Peace to Brother Bakari. He says he's the official authority on Blackness. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with you being pulling people's black card, Bakari, or giving them, right? Say what's up to Cuckoo Bit of Medicine, the podcast, right? Say what's up to Anthony. Thanks for coming through. And our brother from another mother, Ditso. What's up? Welcome to the panel, right? I'm gonna get through this because it you know what? I'll just play it and I'll just comment through it. It again, like I said before, it was a good conversation in a way that, I mean, I'm trying to be charitable here. Saying I didn't get much shine, and a lot of how should I put it? A lot of things was like overshadowed, and I wasn't getting appropriate time. They were throwing a lot of ad hominems a little bit in their commentary. The commentary was extremely divisive, racist, and xenophobic. For the most part, I'm about to share my let me share my screen so you guys could know what I'm talking about, because you don't really see. Well, hold on, I'm trying to find the timestamp here so we could start off. So let me hold my tongue until then. All right, so I'm about to share it. All right, so yeah, like I said, it was a good conversation. The only thing I would change about it is, I didn't get my time. There was a lot of insults in their description of what black is, towards my way. So my personal the spectrum here is that the dude in the black shirt above me, he has his own ideology of what blackness is based upon his feelings and his own personal experience, which it does not dictate what blackness is, because he's not coming from historical context. He's not coming from what's the word? How should I put it? He's not coming from historical context at all. Let me just leave it at that. Feelings doesn't matter once you're in the real world, right? And the guy on the right side of me with the striped shirt, he's just FBA all the way with the racist, xenophobic stuff. I'm saying? It's pretty much like talking to a white racist man, pretty much, for the most part, because you take on the narrative, you take on the ideologies, and you're going to see this displayed to the point where you're going to be like, are you insane? Did he just say that? Remember, this is the same guy where, you know what? I'm not even going to do that. because he says some things, many things when I'm on here, and he was disproven, and he had to eat that. But to me, these are the most extreme guys out of the panel. You know what I'm saying? The host that's in the corner, he's mostly an impartial guy. He kind of like tries to like toe the line, and he makes sense. Some of the times makes sense. The guy way on the upper right hand corner, I never really disagree with him. You know what I'm saying? He's way more of the sensible person because he's coming from a logical, historical context versus everyone just basing things on how they feel and what they see. You know what I'm saying? He knows it's much deeper than that. And Johnny at the end, Johnny's cool. He just sits, he lays back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? My only gripe with him really is basically on a political, what I'm saying, what's going on right now politically. But that's the spectrum of these guys here. So I'm saying that to say, because you're going to see me a lot of back and forth. It's only going to be with the guy above me and the guy on the right side of me because of the things that they say and stuff like that. But anyway, let it go. I'm going to set it off and I'll just comment through it and I'll skip through it.
And the question is, what is black, right?
Yeah, what is black? Yep.
Right. So
we define as black.
So I think there's black in America. Black is American is one thing I would say. It's something that really doesn't exist until people of color come over to America and start.
So that's the first bullshit that we hear already. Black is it's an American thing, and when people of color, POCs, that's a modern term. So again, he's under this idiotic, ignorant, arrogant American ideology that blackness didn't exist anywhere else in the world, that black people in America invented it. Even if I was to give him that, right? We're going to discuss that later. Even if I was to give him that, right? That's not a name you cultivated on your own. That's the name that was given to you, because we all know the Portuguese and the Spanish started calling us negro, negra, or whatever, and the English and the Irish came and just called you nigger. All it means is black, but it took on derogatory condemnations to that word. So you say, well, yeah, I guess we black. Yeah, we're black. You didn't come up with that with yourself. You didn't make that up. So what are you talking about? It's just a whole idiot. It's just totally idiotic and just unhistorical from the jump.
Start to understand that classification system as it relates to race. But even within the black community, we do need to establish that there's a difference between people who are black that are from America, that descend, the ADOS crowd, the FBA crowd, versus the other black Americans that immigrated here more recently. And so I think black.
So again, remember, he's using, as he said, FBA ADOS paradigms, which is idiotic, stupid, pseudo history that they have, which is based on white supremacy that they take on, based on xenophobia that they take on. Because as you guys see in the thumbnail, you see from the Django, it says FBA ADOS be like, you immigrants need to go. This home is here for me and Massa. You know what I'm saying? So that's where they're coming from. So again, he's coming from a very unhistorical paradigm. I just laid out the foundation, so we already know that this is not a person that is well informed or have any knowledge of his own history, right? If you're going to play that game, right? I know your history more than you, right? So you haven't really studied yourself of who you are.
Black speaks to what you look like in America, ultimately. You know, and that's in large part due to like this idea of a one drop rule that I always heard growing up. Like it didn't take a lot to be black. all you had to do was have a little drop, but you had to basically be pure to be called something else, to be Indian or white or whatever the case. But
See, he is right about that because Dr. Clark talk about the one drop rule. So he is right when it comes to that.
if you were mixed or you had a quarter or a third, you were going to be considered black. So I feel like in America, black speaks to what you look like, but we can't confuse what you look like as it relates to people who descend from American slavery and people who just got here. Those are two different types of black Americans, in my opinion.
So he already has this false dichotomy as if you're not from America, you don't understand what slavery is, which makes me allude to think, I don't think he thinks that, but based on what he just said right there, that only America had slavery. That's it. The Africans is in Africa, they chilling. There's no white people around, nothing like that. You know, apartheid is just something that just, you know, just happened only around the 1940s. You know, what apartheid? Oh, that's new. And black people in the Caribbean was chilling, playing steel drums, drinking coconut milk, and having oxtail and rice. And we're just chilling. And we're like, look at them black people up there in slavery. Oh, they got it bad while we chewing sugar cane and climbing coconut tree. This is the picture that he's painting. Right? This is the picture that he's painting.
Gotcha. And let me ask, I'm gonna add on to the question. So I'll keep it with you. Can somebody outside of America be black? Or is that just like only a American terminology, colloquialism, whatever word you want to use?
You know, black culture spreads just like all our culture, right? Hip hop spreads, like, but at the end of the day,
black culture spreads, like, so black culture is hip hop. So when they say black culture, this is what they don't understand. And we had this conversation before. Black culture is African culture and European culture fused. It's not something that you develop. So when quote unquote black culture goes around the world, right, as he would say, because America is the biggest stage. Not that black Americans are more innovative than any other black people in the world. They're just on the biggest stage. So when black American culture goes through, it's like, hey, look at those Africans that are in America. Wow, look what they've done. Oh, what have they done? Right? Oh, they improved whiskey. Because he would say, G would say, we improved whiskey means that black people invented whiskey, which is ass backwards and retarded. You know, they made a lot of inventions and a lot of music. Oh, wow, black people. So he's talking about music, hip hop, right? Black people invented all of the genres in America, right? The popular genre. So country music. Country music was invented by black Americans. Why? What? Because what instrument they were playing right back then when you had that African that was in the South, right? He had a banjo. He had a banjo, aka that became later on a guitar. That is an African instrument, right? And then you got country music. And then from country music you get rock and roll, right? And from rock and roll, then you get all other genres of music, right? And you talk to all these people. Oh, because I listen to this person. Oh, because I listen to that person. Oh, I listen to Frankie Lyman. Oh, I listen to you got all these white rock and roll guys say, oh, well, I listen to the black people then, right? So yeah, you do that, but it's again, that is the African aspect of the black culture, right? So anyway, I don't want to go on too long. You guys know.
You don't understand what that means until you come to America. So if you want to identify as black in the UK or in France or the Caribbean or whatever you call it, like, more power to you. But what originated as the black experience, that's not it. You got to be over here to understand what that really means.
So again, so he's saying that the being black, like black Americans hold the title of blackness, right? They are the standard of what blackness is, and everyone else is just, you know, just following along what they're doing. Again, this FBA, it's American arrogance, right? Because Americans think that they are in the middle of everything, and me as an American being here, look, I'm older than them. I've been American longer than them, right? Because I came here when I was 4, right? I didn't stay in a corner, right? I lived all up and down the East Coast. I travel, so I'm not somewhere in a box in a corner somewhere. So it's American arrogance to say, well, I'm the standard of this and I'm the standard of that. You're not the center of the fucking world. You're sorry to say, you're not. The world is bigger than America. So to say that you set the standard of blackness when people of African descent and diaspora and people in continental Africans consider themselves black just shows how unlearned you are about the world and how arrogant you are about America. To me, it is a form of American arrogance and post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Means, in my opinion.
Okay. A Black. I think you muted.
Yeah, like you were saying, black is American. It's a social construct in America specific.
That doesn't identify as black. I don't know. My thing is that there's the minorities of all.
There's somebody in our chat that said they identify as American, and like I think there has
right.
been,
That's like it's not like a.
As far
You're talking about American Black Holocaust survivor? Is that the person you're talking about? Because I saw him, the Black Holocaust survivor, say that too. It's like, bro, you don't have to play devil's advocate against your own people all the time, bro. Like, dang.
I'm not, but I'm saying
you said we travel like they are in Africa. That's not true, bro. They got igloos. They got
that wasn't the point that I was making at all.
Like Trey, you gotta calm down.
Hey, Johnny Trey, I forget who he was on, but we're kind of like devolving into a tangent. A Black, I think that. Well, you actually, I was asking you that specific question.
Like, people abroad that have been immersed into our culture and that grew up in it as well, they will identify as black or consider themselves black, but also where they're from as well. But it's not the same disdain. Like some Africans or some Jamaicans, like don't call them black at all. Like call them black. Okay. But there is a newer crop that identifies and knows the term black. Don't mean like I'm from America or whatever, but they understand. They're understanding like the other side of the
They're probably Pan-Africanists too. Would you agree with that? Like that's like
most people are Pan-Africanists, right? If you recognize another black person and you care about that black person, want to do business with that black person, want to socialize with that black person, you're concerned about their well-being, that's Pan-Africanism. So again, they don't understand basic concepts of what they're talking about.
Like if you are on the island or on the continent and you're of that Pan-African mindset, you kind of adopt this black. They're probably Pan-Africanists too. Would you?
Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because I mean, I think that
Kofi.
As the only so-called what you consider not black American, so-called foreigner immigrant, I want to see that the question is genuine, but it's that the question is insane to me. That because it sounds like this narrative is being placed that only black Americans consider themselves black. It's complete insanity and just a farce, right? All the way back in Africa when linguistically they call each other black. Now, where you guys, I think you miss your eyes, you lose the ball, is that they don't have to constantly call each other black. You know why? Because they're in a predominantly black place. So calling each other black doesn't say who they are specifically. Just like if you go to Europe, they're not calling each other, like 600, 700, 800 years ago, they're not just calling each other white. Chinese people are not just calling each other fucking Chinese in China. because they're all fucking Chinese. In China, they're gonna say, okay, what province are you from? Do you speak Mandarin or Cantonese? Then we start getting to the specific people in that group. I'm saying that to say Africans, there's blackness in Africa, but they'll call each other by their tribe. There's blackness in the Caribbean, right? And it's the same blackness in the Caribbean as would be in America. Why? Because in the Caribbean, the black experience in the Caribbean is similar to the black experience in America. Why? Because the same white people's kicking your ass up over here are the same white people's kicking our ass down over there. And I say this all the time. The only difference is you picking cotton, we cutting cane. It's the same groups of people. It's the same groups of, it's the same enemy. Didn't Dr. Clark mention that the people in the Caribbean and the freemen in New England, the black people in New England, they were linking together? They don't know this history. They ain't treat us better or any different. So this rudimentary farce of, well, do people consider themselves black is an unproductive conversation. I think the question should be, I mean, you guys end up leading to it, is, well, once they're here, do they understand what American blackness is? I think that's the better question. And when it comes
to, can I ask Kofi a question real quick?
No, I was going to go to the people that said that black was more so a cultural thing. I'd love to hear y'all response to that.
But hold on, I want to say one more thing that I'm in it. So this whole thing also saying, well, immigrants. This is the thing that has been very pervasive since this whole treat and sheet FBA nonsense started. If we look up the word immigrant, it's on my page. If you look at the word immigrant, the definition of immigrant, a person that comes from another place, that moves and goes to another place and establishes permanent residence. The only difference between, if you're not a Native American, you're not an immigrant. The only difference between Black Americans is that their migration was forced, right? Due to the transatlantic slave trade. Your migration was forced. So to say, well, no, I'm not an immigrant in any shape or form, again, is unhistorical. Right, your immigration is different, but you cannot say you're not an immigrant. So I just wanted to say that.
Gotcha. But I guess I don't want us to kind of get you.
That don't even make sense, bro.
I guess I don't want us to get derailed into like that conversation. So again, fellas, stay focused.
See, so now he's upset, right? He said it doesn't make any sense, and I said look it up. So real quick, I'm gonna first I'm gonna say what's up to the chat. I like what's going on in the chat. I'm trying to do this and keep up. RG Titan, what's up? Thanks for joining. We have a new person here. I'm not too familiar. Barry Payton. What's up? Thanks for joining as well. I see you are having like a very spirited conversation. But let me go on to the to what an immigrant is, because I looked it up. One thing about when you learn language and linguistics, even if you think you know the word, it's good to look up the word, because you may think like, oh wow, I've known that word really meant that. So I did a little video on my page of what the definition of an immigrant is. So this is it. They always talk about, hey, I'm not an immigrant. You an immigrant. You came here on a boat. You a tether. You a this. I ain't no immigrant. I'm a Black American. I've been here. My folk been here. So, okay. So let's see what an immigrant is. Immigrant, a person who comes to live permanently in a foreign country. He's a recent immigrant to the U.S. from Germany. She was born in New York, the daughter of immigrant parents, immigrant workers. an animal or a plant living or growing in a region to which it had migrated. So immigration has to do with migration. A person in a foreign country. Just because you've been to a place longer than anybody else does not make you, well, I'm no longer immigrant. I've been here for like 5 generations. I'm no longer, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You always have an immigration status. Black Americans are the only people that it was a forced migration, right? Migration and immigrant, they're synonyms, right? You're still an immigrant, you're just an immigrant by force. And if you're not an immigrant, shut the fuck up about reparations. You're not immigrants and you're not Africans. So you just talked yourself out of reparations. Because you're supposed to be getting reparations for your African ancestors. That's what you're supposed to be getting reparations for. If it wasn't for all those slave revolts and Nat Turner and Stonewall Rebellion and all that other stuff, right? And then white people are like, you know what? There's more black people here than there are white people. Whoa, we gotta stop. Why? Because they kept bringing in Africans. More Africans. It was those Africans and those second, third generation Africans in America that was doing all those rebellions. So if you're not an immigrant and you're not African, shut the fuck up about reparations. Be a squaw, be whatever. I don't care. But I don't want to hear no black person talking about, yeah, we were slaves, but then again, you're not an immigrant and you're not an African. It stops today. Yeah. So I gave that definition a while back, right? Now you could argue about, well, are we immigrants? But when does your immigration status stop? To me, that'll be a good conversation. That'll be a good show to do. When does your immigration status stop? Because I'm pretty sure you could have a Mexican here during the gold rush. White people will still call him an immigrant. They're still going to call him undocumented. You know what I'm saying? And that was a couple hundred years ago. And I'm pretty sure he still has an immigration status. American society is not going to look at him as a foundational person that is a part of the fabric of America. The Mexicans has been a part of California and the Midwest before it was the United States. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna still say, yeah, goddamn immigrant. So your immigration status never expires. So it's to me, that's a very interesting conversation to have. But it's especially if you're gonna say, well, okay, I'm not an immigrant, right? But then you're gonna say you're not African at all, but you want reparations. Like, that makes no sense. It's like wanting something that you never paid for. You know what I'm saying? You owe something because your ancestors paid in blood, sweat, and tears. You know. So anyway, so I just wanted to play that part because he got in his feelings. And again, if you guys disagree, look up the definition. Look up the definition and put in a chat or wherever and say, well, okay, Kofi, what you're saying makes no sense because we didn't immigrate here. or just look at the definition and say, and I want to know why my definition is wrong according to the linguistics of it. We speak in the white man language, which is the FBA language, because we got culture. Ain't no African culture, just stinking, dirty African booty scratcher culture. Our culture is the white man. So okay, you explain to me since I'm just an African booty scratcher and all that other stuff. But let's get back to this joke of a conversation.
But
we gotta but
no, I want, let's stay focused to like the actual conversation. There was a piece that directly went towards what you were saying that dealt with the topic. Let's stay there for a second. So what is your response to the idea that I guess like black is more so a expression, a descriptor, a black culturally? What do you mean by that? Kofi, we'll start with you.
First of all, before I answer the question, you have to remind me. A lot was been said, and I kind of want to address mostly what Trey has been said. And
quick. But I got you.
Why I gotta be quick? They said a lot of things, and
I know. Well, like right now, as we're
I'm speeding it up because it's a lot, and and I'm just moving it forward so you can see pivotal points in the whole conversation you had. The guy on the right of me with the red and black shirt, in his explanation of what black is, he takes shots, disrespectful shots, right? And I'm disciplined. I don't say anything. But this group is so used to being, well, mostly him. They're so used to him, his racism and his xenophobia and his anti-blackness that they go tone deaf to certain phrases that they say, right? And I just sit there, look at, no one says anything, no reaction. So I'm addressing, so before I answer his question, I'm addressing to what's being said.
As we're moving just the conversation forward, this is going to be for everybody. Like I said, this round we're going to try and keep it quick. Yes, acknowledge that. I'll give you like an extra 30, 45 seconds to respond. But then if you want to use all 2-3 minutes for whatever you want, I can't stop you. But just to keep from not getting to like all the things that we have on the list, and we got 6 people.
Yeah, but it's like 2-on-1. So, you know what I'm saying? There's things I wanted to address. That's why I let people go, give people their time interrupted. But whatever, I'll just go because I'm wasting time anyway. So Trey was basically saying that my backdrop is offending his grandmother and all the other stuff. My screen is basically just to say that they are, and you guys had a guest on here the last time I was on here, and Trey and I had a conversation a week ago. We all know, to the guest that you had, he admitted it's like some cognitive dissonance happening here. He says that his great grandfather was in this country, met a Native American woman, and they had kids that gave rise to them, right? So what I'm saying, you have people that have that narrative. That is a Black American narrative. That is a Native American narrative. But what's being twisted here is that we were always the Native Americans here, and that's total bullshit. That's not historical at all, right? And we went through that because what we do, because that's what Tariq Nasheed says, right? With his grift and his movie of Seminoles. We went through that already too, right? So this is the person who they're listening to, right? They're listening to someone who is completely uneducated and cannot back up anything what they're saying. So I'm addressing to what they're saying. So we already know that Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, not Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Dr. Jeffries, right, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, all made there's distinctions between Black people and Native Americans. Right, we already laid that foundations. They made those identifiers several times. So again, I'm talking to a person who is extremely ignorant, unlearned, don't know his own history, but he's on this high horse, like he's like his Black Americanness just makes him the official arbiter of information, and because I wasn't born here on this plantation, that I don't know nothing. So, like our brother Anthony would say, this is plantation politics. You had Native Americans and you had Black African slaves that came here, right? He's saying, I don't know any of you guys like that or you leans like that, but the difference between me and Trey is that I'm not gonna run away from my Blackness to say that I'm Native American.
Hey, Kofi, real quick, let me interject. Yeah. So our next
he interjected. I didn't get to finish saying what I'm saying. Anyway. What I wanted to finish with say, I said, this is the difference. When, I don't know if I mentioned it before, being from Guyana, right? Knowing that there's a lot of Indians there in Guyana, right? Knowing that you're Indian, I'm Black, you're not trying to be me, I'm not trying to be you, right? Some people may marry, and stuff like that, but this distinction. It's not like America where you're running away from okay, black is bad, and oh, anything but being black is good. Okay, let me marry that white woman, or let me try to marry a Native American. Let me try to be a good Christian. Let me try to be rich. Anything, because just being black alone isn't good. So you have to have something attached to the blackness. I didn't know that until I grew up here and I got a little bit older. Because every time, again, I'm in New York, so I have African friends, Black American friends from the Caribbean, Asians, all types of friends, right? And if we all in a group and we don't really know each other, and say, hey man, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Jamaica. Hey, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Trinidad. Oh, where are you from? Oh, I'm American. My people's from the South. But I got Indian in my family. I'm like, and they really emphasize that, like, oh, okay, I don't know that. There's no need for that huge emphasis on it. And having Black American friends, some of them would say, well, yeah, I'm just black, but see, you're black from, you're black, so being here, you're kind of a little bit exotic. I'm like, I guess, but I never really felt it that way. But not until I was older, I understood, like, oh, okay, some Black Americans may feel that their blackness is by itself is not good enough. Because when someone says a black person that they're American, I say, oh, I have Indian in my family, okay. And I never question it because I got actual Indians in my family too. Saying I got cousins that's half black, half Indian. So I'm like, why would somebody lie about that? But as I got here, I'm like, and I try to get in conversations with them. They really can't get into it. And I'm gonna show you the conversation that these FBAs be having when you ask them follow questions. Oh, okay, so you have Native American in your family. You can know them for like 3 years. They got no Native American customs. They all have European customs. The closest thing to Native American they'll have will be a fucking dream catcher somewhere in their house or in their damn car, right? They have no Native American culture at all. But all of a sudden, when you're like, oh, okay, you're Native American. And when you ask them and they get mad, he's like, okay, tell me the Native American people you have. How are you connected to Native Americans? And it sounds like this.
Trying to explain how they're full-blooded Native Americans and not Africans at all.
Roydale and Alberstein's grandmother and my grandmother, okay, they were sisters. So that make me and Roydale and Alberstein, okay, that's going first, second. Got same grandmother. They my first cousins. Okay, their cheering would be my second. Their cheering to you all, my cheering, that would make you all, maybe third.
They sounded like that. I'm like, what is going on here? And I'm like, oh, they're lying. And I'm like, it's kind of embarrassing. I mean, I'm embarrassed for them. So I just grin and like, okay, man, yeah, and it's always Cherokee and Blackfoot, right? And so I'm like, oh, okay. Like me, put me oh, how you got Indian in your family? I'd be like, okay, my uncle's second wife married an Indian woman. My great uncle, my grandmother's brother, married an Indian woman, and her name is Ruby. You want to see pictures? I can show you pictures. My great grandmother is half Indian, right? I got pictures, but she looked black. I wouldn't even know she was Indian. Like my I don't agree, but my wife says, nah, your grandmother looks my grandmother. Remember, my great grandmother is Indian. But my wife said, no, your grandmother looks kind of Indian. I'm like, no, she doesn't. It's like, yes, she do. But to me, my grandma looked black. But what I'm trying to say in that instance with them, unlike them, I'm still considered black. I did my DNA and I'm like 98% black. So why, unlike them, they'll see like 4%. and they be like Uncle Ruckus on the Boondocks. You know what I'm saying? Like you trying to run away from your blackness, right? So that's what I want. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. And I mean, me growing up here, I didn't really understand why, you know, some Black Americans will always say, I got Indian family, I got Indian family. And when you do the history and the research, not a lot of them have a lot of Native Americans in their family. It's a small percentage of them, right? But you ask a lot of them, and it's like, I got Native American family, I got Native American family. And they say Cherokee. Cherokee's not even an indigenous name. Cherokee is a new Native American name because they had, you know, because they amalgamated a whole bunch of Native Americans, $5 Indians, and all these people, and they just created a new tribe. So, you know, so Cherokee is not a real indigenous Native American group to begin with. So, yeah, all right. So let me bring it back. I just wanted to share that with you guys, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say. But you know, as usual, they cut my time all the time. But and like I said, they'll go on like 3-4 minute diatribes without interruption. The moment I say something, I get cut off, and because they got something to say, and I can't even get my time back that they stole from me. But whatever. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, so I could pretty much say my piece. So I'm gonna keep it playing.
Our next topic is going to be FBA and Pan-Africanism, in which we're going to get into the Black Native thing. I do want you to kind of like get like answer the question, because it's going to be more time to expand further on a lot of the different things. I understand what you're saying. There's a lot of points. Mm-hmm. We're going to steamroll through all of these in general in the conversation. All right, but culturally Black.
All right. Well, again. So we're gonna get to that. So what's the question again that you want me to
like as we've referred Black culturally to you, especially with like your specific experience, being somebody that did immigrate to America more recently, or I guess as when you were younger. Culturally Black, how do you define it? How do you look at that?
And again, I'll just keep repeating myself. There's no Black Americans did not invent blackness. That's extremely egotistical, right? Other people considered themselves Black if they want to, not because that's how we look like phenotypically, right? So the Black experience. So and we had this conversation again. I know it's a recap. The Black experience in California is not the same Black experience it would be in Georgia. The Black experience in Georgia is not going to be like the Black experience in Rhode Island, right? So just like what you're doing, you're kind of doing the same thing. There's a Black experience in the diaspora, but you comparing it like you're the standard of Blackness, which is again very egotistical and disrespectful to other Black people because they consider themselves Black too. There's Black Americans here that don't consider themselves Black. I took a 2007 census, and they say, what do you consider yourself? African American, Black, other, colored. I'm like, brother, why is there colored there? We're Black. He said it's someone, I forgot what state it was. They don't consider themselves Black. They fought to be colored on the census.
Bro, can I hop in?
And then you see the spectrum. So again, you have Black Americans, right? They're in a very small, confined space of thought. Because when you look at the classification of Black people in America, the metamorphosis is that you're a nigger. You went from nigger to Negro to colored to Black to African American, right? All those things mean the same thing, right? Except for African American is more specific. African American is more to what we are. It's still a generalization because we don't know where we are. So, I mean, we all know we're West Africans, but we know we are from Africa, definitely, right? So that's a little bit more accurate. And Brother Bakari, you didn't mention, you're saying, well, because they're gonna say later on that the coin, Jesse Jackson coined the phrase African American. And that's why we're using African American. It shows you videos there and of Dr. Clark and Dr. Jerry's and others, that we were calling ourselves, and you can see the video. That was like in the 70s, right? With Dr. Clark, right? That was in the 70s, and we were calling ourselves African. So it's pretty much a farce of what they're saying. So yeah,
got you. But I will. So just to make sure I summarize really quickly. So it sounds like you're saying black is not specifically cultural, but phenotypic and genetic more than anything.
No, what I'm saying, black, since we all saying the same genetics, as we come from the same place, the only difference is where we are geographically. So where we are geographically, our black experience is still different. You know what I'm saying? But we're still black. Our black
exactly.
experience.
I got you. So what was that a fair like summary of it, phenotypically and genetically, but not specifically culturally? Because you're black. It sounds like you're saying you're black no matter where you are. But like your cultural experiences might be different depending on specifically where you're at. Johnny.
And but I think that's the exact point I said where context matters. Like, of course, phenotypically, we all share a common thing because of the color of our skin. When we're saying black here, Kofi, in America, you're discounting the black experience when we say we are black, and you acting like there's not a unique. There's not, you act like this is not the greatest country in the world, and it was built on the back of black people specifically.
So you hear the egotisticalness and the lie. So he's saying, I'm taking, I'll let him say it again. I'll let him say it again. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'll just have him say it again.
Acting like there's not a unique. There's not, you act like this is not the greatest country in the world, and it was built on the back of black people specifically in this country. And that goes to what like Trey talks about all the time.
Say, okay, yeah. Trey is a xenophobe idiot. Anyway, so you heard what he just said, right? He says that nothing what I said, let me know in the chat, nothing that I said took away from the struggles of what black people did here. I didn't say that, right? And then he said, I'm going to act like this is not the greatest country in the world. All what you're saying, sir, is opinion. I don't do opinion. When it comes to history, I don't do opinion. Either I'm right or I'm wrong, right? You saying this is the greatest country in the world under what? You saying this is the greatest country in the world because the white man brought you here and he forced you to build his nation for you, for him. That wasn't meant for you. If that is the litmus test on a great nation, you have problems. You have issues. Right? He sounds, I'm not trying to be disparaging, but it sounds, remember when Malcolm X had in one of his speeches, he's like, you got these black people that's saying, look at me. I'm the only one on my job. Look at me. I'm the only one that did this. Look at me. I'm the only one that got this house. I live in a white neighborhood. This is great. Look at our astronauts and blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, okay, brother. Like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you look, I'm not saying black people can't be patriotic, right? But this extra zeal of patriotism, like America is your best friend, is very troubling and disturbing. Like Chris Rock said, he says black Americans have a unique experience in America. We have like a love-hate relationship. He said, you gotta see black America as the uncle that molested you but paid your way through college. You see what I'm saying? He's just making if that was him, I'm not wishing molestation on him or anything like that, but he sounds like the type of person that the molestation never happened, and he's only going to talk about how his uncle put him through college and paid for his books and all this other nonsense. Like, he has a very white ideology of a white mindset of what America is, and we're all supposed to be black men here. And I did not take away anything from what the suffering that black people did here, because like I said before, you were picking cotton, kicking your ass up here. We were cutting cane and we're kicking our ass down there
all the time. is like you're discounting that when it comes to Black in America. And like, so maybe we should be very, very specific every time we say Black, that we mean Black in America, foundational Black American. But when we say Black, you have to
You
understand.
see, they keep saying foundational Black American, and we all know that's a misnomer. I'm not going to even go through that because these are Nasheedites. These are, Tariq Nasheed follow. It's a cult following. It's a cult following, and it's based upon feelings and what Tariq Nasheed says or what pseudo history they said. Once you combat the pseudo history, they don't combat it with history. They combat it with more pseudo science, with more pseudo history that they can't back up.
Understand that's what we're talking about. And
Hey, Johnny,
so where was I disrespectful or disregarding that? I don't see where
I think he just has a
Black
difference of
American
opinion of what Black culturally is. But Johnny, you didn't answer the question at all.
And I didn't demean Black Americans in my.
I didn't say, but just to say that
I
we're
said
not
experience
Black,
is different.
just to say that we're not Black or we're all Black.
No, I didn't say you're not Black. I said everybody is Black, but the only difference is that your Black experience in America is going to be different from my Black experience here. To keep it more local, you wouldn't say the Black person experience in Rhode Island is different from the one in Mississippi, but you're not going to say they're not Black. That's why I'm using that analogy. So same thing, just more internationally. I can't say you're not Black because you're in America and I'm in Jamaica, so I'm more Black than you. It's an asinine conversation. My experience is just different as a Black person. That's just it. It's not that hard.
I mean, that's fair to say, but
I mean, it really isn't that hard. It really isn't that hard, right? Like, and the thing is that I like to do the flip opposite. If you got a Frenchman that comes to the United States, on a town that comes to the United States, none of these pro-Black, so-called pro-Black FBA people is going to question that Frenchman's or Italian's Americanness. He could have just came off on Air Italia or Air France, right? And he's a white man, so what they do, they just bow their head. No, don't look that way. That's the white man over there. Don't question him. But someone like me, like, oh well, we gotta establish your Blackness, and do you belong here? And it's a very plantation mindset.
But I think what Trey talks about, there's a value in what we got right here.
For sure, and that's the FBA movement. All right, so you're not
who's saying you don't have Black Americans don't have any value? That I think these guys are just triggered. When I say certain things that's just infallible truth, they get triggered and they throw an issue on the table that was on the table. They bring up something that was never even brought up. Like, I'm like, where did that come? That came from so far left field. I don't understand.
You're not going to answer the question.
Repeat the question. I was just listening to Kofi.
Like, what do you define Black culturally as? Like, when we say these words, like Black is culturally specifically like a thing, or Black, like American Black culturally, like, what do you define that as?
Oh, to me, I define it as Black American, like the FBA experience. That's my definition of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the FBA experience? What is that? You gotta define what FBA is. It's so remedial, man. Like, this is like a sixth grader could wipe the floor with them. A sixth grader that knows. And when I was in junior high school, I could have wiped the floor with them with the little African history knowledge that I knew. This is sad.
And so all right. So in your idea is that being Black is only an American thing as well, correct?
In the context of what I'm saying, yes. Like, I think it's a contextual thing.
Okay.
When I say it, yes, but I can't say if you're in Africa, you're not Black. I can't,
Do you use terms like Black people all across the world or all across the globe?
I may have in the past, but I kind of think about it differently now, for sure.
Okay.
So again, he's the hill he's dying on. He's dying on a pseudo ignorant, uneducational hill that Black Americans only consider Black, but other Black people that consider themselves Black, they could do that, but they're not really Black. Yeah, this is where we are, people.
G, let's go to you. What do you? What is the question? Culturally Black. How do you define that?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, man, I think black, when we say the word black, it's just like, two people can say that something is dope and it means two completely different things. We could say something is fly, but it don't mean it's nothing in the sky. So words have different meanings. And I think the way Kofi's using the word has one definition, and the way that some of us are using the word has a different definition, ultimately. And so my idea of the black experience is based off of what happened in
Anthony, I did see that, but I don't get Anthony and Ditso. You guys were telling me a lot of things in the comment section, but look, I couldn't, I can't even get, they cut me off, man. They cut me off. I can't even go in, but I did see y'all, man. I did see y'all.
in America, because there was like, who in Africa was screaming Black Power before it was mentioned here in America? I'm curious, right? Like, there are things culturally speaking, like Black Americans don't claim jerk chicken or plantains. Like these aren't Black cultural things.
Ugh. So he says Black people in Africa weren't saying Black Power. I think they were doing that in South Africa. I'm pretty sure they were doing it in Haiti during the Haitian Revolution. All right, like what is he? What is he? All right.
Things like these are attributed to that region of like Caribbean culture or whatever. Like Black culture isn't jollof rice. That's a West African culture thing, right? So
Anthony, you're from Louisiana. Isn't jollof rice and let's say on what they call so-called dirty rice and it's the other type of rice they have there in the South Louisiana, wouldn't that be pretty much considered a West African dish by another name, especially like gumbo? That's a West African dish. I don't know if Anthony, if you're still here, or Bakari, I would like to know, because obviously there's certain staple dishes that are completely West Indian that Americans wouldn't have, but it doesn't mean that the culture is just totally separate from each other. Yeah, jambalaya. Thank you for that, Barry. Right? So again, I shouldn't get upset. I'm trying not to get upset. I'm trying to be understanding that they really don't know their own culture, let alone talking about other cultures. But this is what I was dealing with. Like it was just I was writing all this down too, but I couldn't get any time in because what he's saying absolutely like made no sense. It was a little bit disingenuous too.
So like this idea that like we just share all this culture is not true, because these things don't translate in America. Like this isn't something that we embrace here. And so I think
I guess like,
but the reason why you wouldn't embrace it, you weren't able to embrace it because due to slavery. You gotta understand that there was more. They kept importing slaves here every time, right? When there's too many slaves in America, they stopped importing slaves. They stopped importing slaves from Africa, right? You know why? Because you keep getting a fresh batch of Africans that know that, you know what? I'm not supposed to be a fucking slave. This is some BS. I'm about to break free and go home. Versus you have a second, third generation African, and all they know is slavery and how to make their situation a little bit better, even though they know they shouldn't be slaves. But it's more of a burning desire when you're like 20 years old, you're 30 years old, and like, yo, I had a whole life there where I was a teacher, I was a king, I was a prince, I was a farmer, I was a merchant, I was all these things, and now you just want me to be in the hot sun doing this? You have a more burning desire because you know what you're running to. You know who you were first. So you saying that, oh well, we didn't know, we didn't care or know about all that stuff. Yes, there's a reason why you didn't embrace that, because it was beaten out of your stupid black ass. That's why. That's why there's more of an African presence in Brazil. There's more of an African presence, especially in Brazil. There's more of an African presence in the Caribbean because those fresh batch of Africans keep coming in. So let's say, wow, we're like a generation. We didn't get Africans in about a generation. Guess what? Boom, big boatloads just drop off some more Africans. Guess what? That same story gets retold again. It gets revitalized. It gets resurrected again. In Brazil, same thing. It was never forgotten because Brazil is huge. They kept bringing them in, and they in slavery till like the 19th century. It was like 1900 something or like the late 1800s. So they have a more African spirit. So what he's saying is that he is more white than he's African because you didn't make up blackness. That's the name that you adopt and you loved it, right? You anyway. I'm not even getting into that yet. So what he's saying is that he has assimilated into whiteness, into the American paradigm of whatever status he had. Right? That's your situation. That Black Americans persevere, but that shouldn't be something you should be proud of and wearing on the side of the sleeve. Like, yeah, this is my culture. What culture? You don't have any culture at that point because you're negating your Black culture. So what culture that you have? A slave culture? Like, come on, you're making yourself look bad.
To answer one of your questions, or I guess I love to hear you respond to what I imagine like the rebuttal to one of your questions will be. I think Kofi, he made the statement that Black people in Africa don't necessarily have to refer to themselves as Black because they're the dominant society. So it's not specifically a marker that you would need to use in comparison to America, where it's a minority. It's a marker that is like stated in general. So in Africa, that wouldn't be something that they would say because there's no specific reason to say it. But so then
he's absolutely right. So we're gonna hear what his response is.
Like the identity markers, but I guess the idea would be, does that make them not Black because they don't have to say it all the time?
Look, like I said,
they don't say it at all.
We could say fly, and we're not necessarily.
FBA trade, the guy at the bottom, he's an idiot. He's a moron, and proved him wrong twice. I don't mind proving him wrong 4 times again, and be ready to prove that. And he doesn't even know his own history.
They talking about something in the sky. Like the same word can mean different things, and I think
no, the word means the same thing. Like what are you talking about? They refer to themselves as Black, and I don't know if I passed it already because we go as far as back as Kemet, right? Kemet means lands of the Blacks. The ancient African Egyptians, they even referred to themselves as Black. Why would they stop calling themselves Black at that point, right? I didn't get to do that. I was supposed to pull a couple other stuff up when it comes to language, but what he's saying doesn't make any sense, and I can prove linguistically that we call each other Black.
I think the way we as Black Americans define what Black means is different than what people outside of America tend to, based off of what Kofi's saying. But like from my experience, like I said, I've talked to Africans, Jamaican descendants in the UK. I remember like being in England talking to a Jamaican girl about like, you don't identify as Black, and she was like, nah, like it wasn't a thing. She didn't understand it. She didn't like lean into that. And so what I'm saying,
so the one Jamaican coon girl you speaks for all Jamaicans. So I'm gonna speak to Jesse Lee Peterson, Tim Scott, what's that, Will Cox or whatever. I'm pretty much gonna go over to Fox News, and because they got Black Americans there, and I'm gonna use them as the standard. You see what I'm trying to say? They're doing what they when they make up their boogeyman of what immigrants are doing. They're doing what they're saying that they pretend immigrants doing. They're taking people, certain segments of the society, right? Low, unintelligent people of their society, and they're making them, this is the masses. This is the thought process. This is the general thought of those people. And then you say, this is how they all think, right? But unlike them, I'm not ignorant and stupid like them and say, well, this is the standard of what a Black American thinks. I'm not going to do that because that'll make me look stupid because people are not a monolith. That's why I use Dr. Clark and Dr. Jeffries and others to say they already determine what blackness is. Your stupid black ass don't know what blackness is. Right? They know what blackness is. They know the standard of what blackness is. You can't remix. You're gonna have like a ex-pimp wannabe Hollywood star that got a white family that talks about pro-blackness governs what blackness is when he doesn't even practice what he preaches, when he got a whole goddamn white family. But you know what? That's probably what FBA is, because if you're not African and you don't want no African culture, or if I point a little African culture that you have, if you don't want that, then you have white culture. So it will make sense why you want white people in your family, because you have officially mentally assimilated post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's what it is.
Saying is like this idea that black, like when you descend from what I descend from, you are black. It ain't no question of, if you're not calling yourself American, you are identifying as black, and the other might say African American as synonymous with black, but culturally speaking, it's about what happens here. And just
no. When we're talking about blackness in America, then yes. But when we use black what? A black person from where? This is a plantation mentality, man. Like, this is a plantation mentality. My plantation is better than your plantation. And so since my plantation is better than your plantation, we are the standard of blackness, because a white man called us niggas first. So we are the niggas. All you are just secondary, thirdary niggas. I'm proud to be a nigga. And he is. And we're going to get to that. Literally, I'm not being hyperbolic or anything. He is proud to be a nigga in all its derogatory forms.
One last thing, like, everybody has different experiences, but the reality of blackness in America is that there was a great migration from one part of the country where
I mean, I ain't doing that shit. No. I'm gonna let him do it, but I hate when you pin them down to something and saying that, oh, it's not the same, and you give them, you put a hole in their argument. Then there's an explanation. Shit, I forgot about that. There's an explanation. Well, see, we were here. Okay, I'm saying the same thing. We all were in one place, and then we migrated. We had the same concept. We're the same people. But they can't understand that internationally. It's like their mind is like limited. We all know about the Great Migration. There was several migrations from out of the South where they left because the racism down there was so pervasive and just so evil. Someone like, hey, look, I can make a better way for me and my family somewhere else. And I don't blame for the black people that left, and I don't blame the black people that stayed there. Right? They did what was best for their family, and that's fine. But that's not considered fleeing. According to their king and grandmaster teacher Tariq, she said Black Americans don't flee, which we all know is bullshit, because the Underground Railroad went as far as Canada, right? They went to the Bahamas, they went to Florida. Florida wasn't even a state yet. They ran into Florida. They ran to the Native Americans. So this talking about they never ran is again, it's unhistorical. But they keep going to push this FBA narrative. And that's why I know this movement is going to get nowhere. It's going to be another pseudo cult, because when any person that has any little bit of knowledge, and I'll say I'm the person that have a little bit of knowledge, right? They're going to be like, oh, these people are a bunch of assholes. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, versus some credible person and that really knows their stuff. They're going to be like, these guys are embarrassment to Black Americans. This is the low part of the totem pole.
There are reasons why Black people are in Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, anything out in the West. They migrated there from the South. Okay. And so the majority of those Black folks, culturally speaking, I guarantee you, every nigga in America got one family member in North Carolina. It's like guaranteed. Every
nigga in America from North Carolina, no, because I don't know about that. I know probably from Virginia and probably Georgia, but not everybody's from North Carolina, because I don't know why he would say that, because the first slave state was Virginia. Virginia is where everything slavery first happened, and from Virginia, everything kind of like, as far as the South, that's the Mason-Dixon line. Everything kind of spread out from Virginia. Slaves were distributed throughout the South via Virginia.
Every nigga in America got family down south. It's just, it is what it is. And so when you say that it's a different cultural experience to some degree because you grow up in a different part of the country, but your home base is very much rooted in what was experienced in the Black American Southeast part of the country.
No, so I'm gonna use the same analogy that he did. And Chukwu Igwe, yeah, FBA lineage goes back to Africa, exactly, right? I'm gonna use the same analogy that he did. So what I'm saying, but more on a general term, is that all Africans, all Black Americans, they come from West Africa. Just because some went to North Carolina and some from North Carolina, some went to Georgia, they still all come from one place. See, what they try to do is cut their ties to Africa. They don't want to be African, just plain and simple.
That spread through the United States. Like, this is where it all is rooted, from the Black Southeast.
A Black, talk to us.
Yeah, I was agree with most. G was saying that FBA moving forward.
Gotcha. So Kofi, throwing it to you, and again, you use the time as you feel free. But FBA versus Pan-Africanism, just us revisiting it from the conversations that you've heard. You've hopped in on a lot of them. Where do you currently stand, and has it changed over the course of these conversations?
No, Mark.
And then, of course, like the last part would be, do you think that it has been overall healthy or detrimental?
Well, I'll answer everything in reverse. I think I kind of agree with Johnny. I don't think it exposes how people feel. It exposes something that I think Black people in the diaspora, for the most part, trying to find a place in this world, trying to find an identity. So I think it's positive because it gets people thinking. It should get people researching, right? How do I feel about it personally? My position hasn't changed, because basically it's me reciting history versus people's feelings. No one's reciting professors. No one's reciting geneticists. No one's reciting anything to uphold their position on the opposite side, except for how they feel and what they think and all that other stuff. There's plenty of Black African American great grandmaster teachers that would be rolling and doing somersaults in the grave if they hear some of this make-believe FBA thing that just was invented. Also, I'd like to say, we're not supposed to be using ad hominems, but let's
just try.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna do some self-house cleaning now, because something was said and it wasn't pushed back on, right? Tether was being thrown around, and that's an ad hominem attack. We already established that. But again, we're so
to be clear, like to clarify.
So here we go. So this is how it starts. I'm just saying something was said, right? That we all so before I play that, right? Because they like to remix. They were supposed to play this on their live one time, but again, they didn't get to play it. I mean, it's a good show, but with how they does the time management thing, I don't know. It's a little weird to me. Tariq Nasheed likes to pretend, and they like to pretend that, tether doesn't mean that. Tether means this. Tether doesn't mean that. It means this. We all know what it really means. And one of my subscribers. Oh, I apologize if I got your name. I think his name's Ari or whatever. We were discussing it in one of my I think in my last video what tether is, because Cuckoo was talking to him like, why would you want to? Cuckoo from Bitter Medicine Podcast, like, why would you want them to call you a tether? And him and I had like a little discussion, and I hope he's listening. I wanted to play this for him. How Tariq Nasheed, remember, this is their king, their god, their scholar, their everything that tells them what to do, when to breathe, where to shit, and everything. He sets what the definition is. So I'm gonna play this real quick, and then you'll see how they move the goalposts, and Tariq Nasheed again just pretty much gets caught in a lie about what tether is. The most, in my opinion, I don't even see the problem here, right? But I see what he's trying to do in these AI images of Africans, right? So he has the African here. Number one, they are always dark skinned, right? They're always melanin rich, which is a beautiful thing. So I like that. But to them, that's a slight. Blackness to FBAs is a curse. They're like Hebrew Israelites that don't want, they know that they black, but they don't want to be African, right? So they're going off the curse of Ham as blackness, right? So that's the first thing. And then Tariq, out of all people, is talking about hairlines. If you're seeing the thumbnail, right, Tariq Nasheed pretty much has like a hair club for men on. You know what I'm saying? He got a wig, he got a toupee on. So that's him, deflecting his insecurities about hairlines, right? And this is a form of eugenics that he does on his own far, saying, well, we're not different because of our hairlines. I can name a lot of black people that, according to FBA, failed bitch ass Americans, that have hairlines just like Africans because we are Africans, Africa, that comes into an FBA space.
They be white, like
European, respect or undermine, and
wait, what that exact description?
Africa, that comes into an FBA space, asking questions, or to put it simple, anyone that's not a failed bitch ass American, pretty much. But I'll let it rock.
Explain it. That's a person.
No, I'm asking you, what is like your absolute definition of it?
That's a person who comes over here and tries to undermine foundational Black Americans.
Wait, what that exact description? Just that?
Yeah, that's.
So, are you using the word loosely when you use it? Then,
we're specific about what a tether is. When you try to undermine us, when people come over here and try to disrespect or undermine and disenfranchise us or disrespect, well, that's a tether.
Remember that. Anyone that comes over here, right, that tries to undermine us, right, and do them harm. Good. All right. We're clear so far.
Okay. Is someone like, so they have to have come from a foreign, do they have to be black? Like, or can they be Asian? Can they be white? Like European?
No, because see that what the tether is, a tether is somebody
just African or Caribbean,
who looks like us. See, that's what the tether is. It's based on the movie Us.
Black. So black.
It's based on the movie Us. It's somebody who looks like us and tries to represent us.
Again, which is another disingenuous claim that Tariq is making, because he always moves the goalposts, kicks down the goalposts, sets it up in a different game that's not even, it's bullshit. So tether is a political terminology that racist Republicans has for people that are immigrating to America that are not white. That's what tether is. The regular use of tether is something that's bound, tied down, and things of that nature. So I don't see a problem with that, because if I'm tied down and I'm secure to my foundation, wouldn't that be a good thing? So if I'm tired of them, and he's using this, that's a funny thing. He's using foundational, right? When you look at the word tether, it's to bound, right? To hold, right? For a foundation. It's using those same synonyms, but we're supposed to be different. So he's now saying it's based on the movie Us, which again he's now changing and redefining terminology. But the brother asked him, what does the word tether mean to you? You know what I'm saying? So in fairness, he did ask him that, but again, Tariq is playing games as far as like what it means. What's up, Bitter Medicine podcast? What's up? All right, so let's get back to it and listen to Tariq's deceit.
But they're low-key trying to undermine us. You understand? That's what a tether is.
What do you mean represent us? Like what? And like in actual positions of power, or what do you mean like just like on social media or something?
Like Barack Obama is a tether. Kamala Harris is a tether.
Barack Obama. So you are saying positions of power.
Not even positions of power. Just that's one big example. You don't even have to be in a position of power. Like the guy who called up was somewhat of a tether, the Bahamian guy, because he's basically trying to undermine our reparations claim. That's tether.
Buana, you called Tariq Nasheed? He said the Bahamian guy is a tether. Well, let me find out Buana called Tariq Nasheed.
Yes.
Are you being honest when you actually say that that's your actual definition of that?
Why would I be dishonest? What other definition would I have?
Because it's kind of like you're dancing around it. You're saying it's someone.
I haven't danced around anything.
You're saying that it's someone that looks like you, but most of the time when you use the term, it's towards either Africans or Caribbeans.
Because they're the ones who come over here and try to represent us while misrepresenting.
So you are talking about them then?
Exactly. So it's this weird, I don't know, is reverse hate people that have their own identity, American culture. To me, that's a whole other conversation. It's very have certain kind of American culture. Right. So that's a lie, and I just had to nip that in the bud. Like Africans and Caribbeans are not coming over here pretending to be Black Americans. No.
I'm talking about the ones who come over to misrepresent us. I'm not talking about Africans and Caribbeans as a group. I'm talking about the ones who come over and try to undermine us. Probably like you, because you're sounding like a tether because you're playing dumb. You understand what I'm saying? You're being tethered.
You see how you just labeled me a tether?
Because you're playing dumb.
So how did I no? But so now you're changing the definition. How did I undermine?
You clearly
He's right. He just changed the definition right in front of our faces. Yeah, I pretty much want to play that real quick so we could understand when we getting into this how they'll play games with definition. Play games with the definition. So Tariq Nasheed is just a piece of shit. That's why FBA is really nothing but FBI. Any person or organization, whether it be Black, white, Chinese, polka dot, checkered, or plaid, that's gonna have divisive rhetoric and pit Black people against each other, knowing that unity is one of the key goals for us to be successful. The moment you start saying, well, oh no, this person don't like, come on now, you know. So this is what I'm fighting. So let me get back to it. Where I'm at.
Calling us tethers.
Yeah, he said domestic and whatchamacallit. I don't even think that it was like anything directed to a specific person.
All right, so
I just want to make sure let's try and keep the conversation as healthy as possible to where.
Okay, so y'all have no problem with me calling Black Americans porch monkeys then. So and other derogatory.
But why would you want to call another Black person a porch monkey?
Oh man, oh man, I feel sorry for Q. Q was like, damn, man, why the dude in the white shirt? He's like, damn. See, now everyone, so I like this freeze frame right here. This freeze frame is perfect. Q was like, damn, why you do that, man? You just derailed the whole thing. I told you to keep it a buck, to keep it straight, right? And the two people that are on the extreme, which is the guy on the top and the xenophobe on treating the sheed on nut gobbler, they're the ones that are mad. Before, when I was expressing, hey, I feel I'm being disrespected, they don't care. They got nothing to say.
John, unity, right?
Why do you? This is like the equivalent. No, this is the equivalent of white people saying, "Why can't I say nigga?" This is like white.
No, it's not. No, we're gonna get into that. I'm gonna let it rock.
People saying like, "Why can't I say the N word?" You want to call us porch monkeys, huh?
Exactly. You want to say something derogatory towards me?
No.
Then you got a problem.
I want to know why you want to call other black people porch monkeys.
Be really respectful. If you say, "Yo, Kofi, I don't respect you," then I could deal with you on some real shit. But don't be when I had a problem with that. You can hear a mouse piss on cotton. You didn't say shit. The moment I say something that is this,
all right. So, fellas,
then you want to get in your feelings. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the moment I saying something that, again, like I said, that's disrespect me, they don't care. When I say something, okay, so if we're gonna start saying shit and y'all don't care about if they disrespect me, then I'm gonna be disrespectful too. Oh no, you can't. Everybody's in a roar. How is that fair? If we're supposed to have mutual respect for each other, hey, that was said. What should have been said was like, oh, okay, wow, okay, guys, we must have missed that. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep away from using ad hominems, which was an agreement in this discussion. So I'm saying, hey, look, certain words were used, and I just want to just bring that up, and I was going to leave it right there. It's being used. Everyone just mind their P's and Q's. That's it. But I'm getting pushback. Like, what's the big deal? Okay, what's the big deal? You're a bunch of porch monkeys. Okay. I mean, that's a derogatory name towards black people as a whole. I don't think if I were to go to the KKK and say, "Hey guys, I'm not a porch monkey," they were like, they'll probably call me something worse than that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm saying that because they have a mentality of a child because they think that they're different from me. They think, and they have said this before in the last podcast. They think that racism only affects Black Americans. Remember, they're supposed to be knowledgeable of what's going on. They're supposed to understand white supremacy more than me, right? So they're telling me if the cops was to see me and I got like a Jamaican Guyana flag waving, oh, he's not a Black American, he's good. They'll just walk past me. This is the mentality. So that's why I said what I said, because they think, oh, he's talking about us because that's only applied to us. This is how simple-minded they are. And I played them like a fiddle.
I'm now going to kind of like hop in really quickly and like on both sides of it. So now we've gotten to the unhealthy spot of the conversation that unfortunately tends to happen.
Because I gotta take it on the chin. I didn't say nothing when he said. No one.
I don't think that.
I'm just expressing how I feel, and that's a problem.
I got you.
And this is always the common denominator here. They'll say something, and I go like, "Whoa!" This is like the second, third time this happened. I was like, "Yo," they said, "Blah, blah, blah." Oh, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? I say something just as bad as them to describe them. Oh my God, what the hell? He hates us. Oh, he doesn't like Black people. And it's like, give me a fucking break. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites. You just don't respect people that aren't Black Americans. Just say that. If you say that, then I'm like, all right, okay. They're just white people in blackface. So I'm gonna expect that. But don't say, oh, nah. We all Black people here, we're gonna be respectable and stuff like that. And when I say, hey man, you kind of cross the line here with that. So what, I'm supposed to just sit there? Nah, not happening. I'm not built like that.
I think my main piece inside this conversation is that let's actually. So right now we're going to withstand from even the debate part of this. Let's individually answer it because of. I don't want this to just devolve into a shouting match.
This nigga wants to call us porch monkeys.
Listen,
this nigga
again,
want to call me
fellas, it's going to be impossible for us.
This nigga want to call me porch monkey. I even didn't say him, so I said, you guys know what I said. I said, oh, so y'all be fine if I call y'all. I didn't say him, but I'm glad he took it personal because they're very selfish. It doesn't matter if it doesn't affect them. They don't care. If another black person feels offended or whatever or hurt, they don't care. But when it's them, then they care. These aren't pro-black people at all. They're not pro-black people at all. They're not in sharing brotherhood or anything. They're just very selfish.
For us to have any version of a decent conversation. All right, how about this? If y'all just want to kind of like go into this ad hominem like wild shit, I'm gonna actually take a step back because of again, it's a season finale, and is this what we want? If not, let's actually have like an intelligent version of the conversation.
Q, please let me ask one question, bro. Let me ask you. I want to
ask every time.
So here goes. One question.
I want to ask 3 minutes uninterrupted.
I want to ask one question.
I got no discipline, yo.
I want to know one question.
Shit. I let everybody talk. Moment I get to talk, again, cut off. There's a sidebar and all this bullshit.
You start calling niggas porch monkeys. I want to ask one question. I want to ask one question.
It's still my time, though.
It's not your time, my nigga.
Yes, it is still my time.
This ain't even your show, my nigga. Like, this ain't your time. Like, I got a question. Like, you want to participate?
So have me kick rocks then. Have me kick rocks then.
So do you want to participate or you just want to call niggas porch monkeys?
Nah, I'm a fucking man just like you. If you're not going to talk.
All right, so again, like
y'all know me. No person is going to threaten me to kick me off your show. Kick me off your bullshit show. I don't care. You're not going to talk shit and think that you threaten me to kick me off your show I'm going to be huddled in a corner somewhere. No, it's not going to work. Kick me out then, because you guys you're an idiot and a coward.
Now it gets to the point like it's almost impossible for us to have any version of a conversation as a group.
He don't even want to have a conversation. He want to say it's his time.
I want my
There's
time
no back and
to
forth.
answer your question. I just want to get.
No, again, my issue is that we've gotten into the point of where it's just fodder. So I wish a Black was here, so I throw to him. FBA, if you can just answer the question, we'll just stay with the question right now because of we can't like avoid arguing with each other. Like right now, it almost feels like I'm inside like grade school or some shit like that. But like
I don't think anybody went out of their way to offend anybody until this nigga call it niggas porch
again.
monkeys.
I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to speak to anybody's experience, and this is all. I'll give credence to this. I think that we don't look at tether as the derogatory term it is. So like I know I might not even pick up some of the times when it's said. And if somebody feels offended, same way we can't tell somebody else how to feel offended. I'm not even going to like step into the lane of like even like trying to justify either way or. But my thing is that I would prefer us to have a better conversation and let's talk to the points. So like again, if y'all want to just like get into what that just was, which started becoming like really childish and y'all yelling at the same time, I think that that's the worst version of the conversation that we could possibly have.
You just said no ad hominem attacks, and I said all I'm pointing out that
and I tried to stop it before it happened.
All I was saying.
No, I get it, but
all I was trying again, you probably hear me. All I was trying to say was like, look, you said no ad hominem attacks. I was just saying there was ad hominem attacks in the past, and I was gonna just answer the question. Besides that, that's all I was gonna say. But it again is like, oh, why you gotta bring that up? What's the big deal? Okay, well, okay, we're not gonna make it a big deal then. Right, so I get to say whatever I want. I don't have to respect other panelists. It's very simple.
I think that, like I said, right now it's probably best.
Porch monkeys.
Hey, Black, fresh on the scene. Talk to us, brother. Like, how is your perspective? We gonna come back, but like Kofi, to be honest, you were just yelling like back and forth with G. And like asking to be kicked off instead of like actually have like y'all aren't having a productive conversation.
I never cut his time. I don't cut nobody's time. When I was supposed to go, Johnny's supposed to go. I said, Johnny, you go. I'm trying to be cordial. I'm trying to be respectful.
Calling niggas.
You see what I'm trying? You see what I'm trying to say? Anyway, you know what? Whatever.
Porch
Seems like
monkeys.
it's not being reciprocated.
That don't even make no sense, bro. You can't gaslight a nigga, bro. You can't piss on my leg and tell me that it's raining. You trying to be cordial, calling a group of black men. What about if I call y'all? Like, why do you even feel comfortable calling other niggas porch monkeys?
Why do you feel comfortable saying something that disrespect me? You're being fucking selfish.
Dude,
if you black, you should know that porch monkey. How's a black man call a black man a porch monkey?
Nobody threw a shot at you.
You don't have to agree with the word. Tell you know what? You can feel personally that word is not offensive, but as used in a derogatory manner.
That's the Caribbean word.
If you had respect for me and say, you know what, that's bullshit. But to keep things going, let me respect Kofi. That's not your fucking position. The moment I said something that offended you, then you want to get all in your fucking feeling. That's why, and that's how I know you're being disingenuous. That's all that I'm saying. Treat people like how you want to be treated. It's very fucking simple. But if you don't respect me, then you can't get it. That's all that I'm saying. And we had this conversation before. This is not.
And you weren't calling niggas porch monkeys. This is all my point.
Because y'all couldn't get it. So once I say that, then
you not helping nobody get nothing by calling niggas porch monkeys. Like that's what I'm saying. You don't care. You don't really care about like understanding. No, your mission is not accomplished.
Yes, it is, because you didn't care when I was offended. You only care when you're offended.
So tether is the N-word for non-black. Like help me break this down. Compare tether to porch monkey. This shit didn't even exist until 2020. Like you're talking about.
Tariq made it up. Well, kind of made it up in the derogatory.
And you want to adopt language that your colonizers call black people in terms of porch. You want to maintain that rhetoric. That's what you would prefer to do, correct,
brother? What you see, me and you are different.
And clearly,
you refer to your fellow black man as nigga this, nigga that. I don't do that.
You call us porch monkeys, right?
Because a nigga, a porch monkey, a jigaboo, all the other stuff is synonymous. That's what white people call us, to dehumanize us. But one of the things that I don't like about,
I love the N-word, my nigga. Period.
Okay, there we go. I love the N-word, my nigga. Nigga. That's what I'm saying. These dudes he's suffering from post-traumatic slave syndrome. He is a young walking ruckus. And this is the difference. And I don't like doing this. I do not like doing this. But correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone, we have some people from the Caribbean here, and probably some people from Africa. I never grew up in a house, right, where I heard anybody use the N-word. When I asked my mother, because there's different races and people like stuff in Ghana, did black people use the N-word or anyone use the N-word? He said, yeah, only time the N-word was used is when an Indian would say something. Or, maybe a Chinese person would say it. Or they'll say black in a nasty way, like how Trump says black. And then all of a sudden she turns black. If you use it in that way. My wife, her family, her aunts, uncles, they don't say that. I go to my Haitian friend's house. They don't say that. I go to my friend's house from Kitts and St. Lucia. They don't talk like that. I go to my friend that where was he from? They don't use the N-word and stuff like that. It's not something that we do in the Caribbean because we know it's a derogatory word. We don't use it as a term of freaking endearment because that's madness. Now, my American friends, most of my American friends, their parents I never see her uncle or his aunt use that. If they do, which is rare, it will be in jest. It won't be like, yeah, my nigga, them niggas the other day. It will be more like our generation doing it, but the older generations, I never saw the older generation do it. Right? So this shows how low, how the cognitive dissonance and how he doesn't understand the words that he used and the validity of the words that he used. He's in a you know what? I'll just let it play because you're gonna see what I'm talking about. That's fine.
We're very different.
You're being kind of hypocritical because the same that's the same word.
Very white mindset. You got a very white mindset.
He said, "I have a white mindset." it's okay for me. White. He's mad at Porch Monkey, but Porch Monkey, Jigaboo, nigger, melon muncher, all that other stuff is synonymous with the N-word. But I'm the one with the white mindset. I'm saying all those things are derogatory. He's saying nigga's not derogatory. He was whipping your
You
ass.
got a very
and
white
raping our
mindset.
women, but you want to flip it into something positive.
You got a very white mindset.
That's post-traumatic slave syndrome is what you're displaying right there.
Thank
I
you.
don't call none of y'all niggas unless I don't do that. Unless I'm saying in a hostile manner. If you want to use it as a positive, as something positive, that's fine. But you cannot sit here saying I'm mad at something that the white man made to dehumanize us, and at the same time calling each other niggas. And you have no problem calling people niggas. You sound sick. You mentally sound sick. And he sounds sick. Like I probably told this story before too. Once I was at a barbershop one time and had this dude thought he was American. He was talking. He's like, yeah, my nigga, my nigga this, my nigga that. Yeah, that nigga over there is wild. That nigga. And then his girl came in with his son, I guess, to get her haircut. And they all of a sudden he was Jamaican. So I was like, oh snap, he's Jamaican. He started talking to her in his own patois way or whatever, right? And I started talking to him. I was like, oh bro, I thought you was American. He was like, why would you think I'm American? I was like, I heard you there. You kept saying nigga this, nigga that, nigga that. I was like, that's not something we do back home. He was like, yeah, that's true. We don't do that back home. That's not something we don't call each other that back home. That's a Yankee boy thing. That's a Yankee thing, I was like, yeah, that's a Yankee boy thing. We don't do them thing there. And he's like, yeah, man, I need to stop doing that. So again, I don't like pitting ourselves against each other. I like to concentrate more on our similarities than our small, minute differences. But that's a pet peeve of mine that I have that I'm not even going to front. When I came here, I was using the N-word all the time. I didn't stop using the N-word like what? I made a conscious to stop using the N-word around like 2000 and I'll say 2005, 2006. I was like, nah, I'm not doing that no more because I know how disgusting and vile, and that's some of the last things Black people were heard when they were being killed, lynched, beaten, burnt, raped. That word keeps going around all the time, right? This is his history, and he feels to take that word and try to flip it into something positive. That's disgusting. In my opinion,
would you prefer foreign coon instead of tether? Because that's what it means.
Would you mind domestic house nigga? Like
so now you want to call? So it's like you a walking contradiction. You a walking contradiction. You
see again, and they're just so stupid they're not getting it. So he's like, well, all right, I'm gonna call you a different version of something derogatory, and that should be better. You know what I'm saying? So that's like saying, okay, don't call me nigga. Okay, how about if I call you that cool nigga instead of just nigga? It's like, what? Like, are you freaking retarded? Like, no, don't call me that derogatory name. These guys, they're slow. I think they're grown-up crack babies. I think they're crack babies all grown up, man. I don't know.
You just like to argue with niggas.
See,
yeah, I'm
right, and that's why maybe I need to be arguing with Black people instead of niggas. You're right.
Correct.
Damn, that's crazy. Hey, what
told you? He's a proud nigga. Can't take that away from him. He's a proud nigga.
Generation are you, just out of curiosity?
I'm sorry?
What generation, like, Jamaican are you?
Oh, I'm not Jamaican.
Excuse me.
I'm from Guyana. It seems like he hasn't mastered the art of English because that what he just said didn't make any sense.
What generation Caribbean are you?
I don't understand what you mean by generation. You mean
what,
by age?
Like,
what generation Caribbean? that makes no sense.
Were you born here, or were your parents born here? Or
no, I was
born
here. I was born in Guyana, and I came here when I was 4.
Gotcha. Okay. Because I was kind of curious because there's a lot of things that are culturally Black American. It seems like you might not be familiar with. So I was thinking maybe it's because you weren't born here. But I say nigga, my dad say nigga, my granddad probably said nigga. Lord, whether my son gonna say nigga too.
I grew up. He said I say nigga, my dad say nigga. He said, look, my son's gonna say nigga. Like, what the hell, man? This is insane. This is insane. Again, after slavery, we all know. I'm trying not to laugh, but it's sad. But it's just I have to laugh. We know anything traumatic happens to you in this society. If you were in a bank robbery or you got robbed or anything that the thing's traumatic, what they do? Oh, if you need help, everybody, get therapy. No one came to Black people during Reconstruction and said, hey, y'all guys need therapy. And we never got therapy. So everything we think is normal is not normal. We have normalized insanity and calling each other the worst name in the English language as, oh, that's fine. As normal, that's sick. It's pretty much Stockholm syndrome at this point.
So I mean, you can't.
That sounds wild. Now I'm be honest. My father's completely FBA, and we ain't say nigga in the house. I'm be honest.
Exactly. But a lot of his friends did.
Thank you. So a person like Q, I'll be like most likely I'll be with a person like Q, because my American friends, they weren't. I'll be in their house. They weren't. The mother and the father and the older people, they weren't calling each other that. It was like us calling, saying, "Oh, nigga, you crazy! Oh, nigga, put that music on! Yo, go to nigga, go get me this from the store." We were doing that, and sometimes they'll say, "Can y'all stop calling each other that?" Sometimes, whatever. But G and them again, it's only the two extremists, right? Again, I'm not going to disparage them, but it seems that obviously, Black people are not a monolith, but again, those two are the epitome of the spectrum of Black people. You got these type of people, this type of class of people, a higher class of people, and you have those people that are a different class of people, and they refer to themselves in a particular manner.
That's fine, but like,
we got shown videos of Black people hanging. That's for sure what happened.
I saw those same videos.
Black people in the 40s and 30s, they never called each other that.
Yes,
that's not true. That's not even true. Like, that's not even true.
For real, in the manner that you
tell us about our culture, bro.
Because I'm saying that's not even true. You don't even understand. You're saying things that's just not even true.
I know, all right, so Black Americans, they don't talk to each other. They don't.
Hey, fellas,
they don't do that. Bakari, if you're still around, or any Black Americans, FBAs down here, I said, I don't know if you guys missed it. I said, did Black people in the 40s and 30s refer to each other as nigga, as the deplorable dudes above me, the guy above me and the guy inside of me? Did Black Americans during the 30s and the 40s call each other the N-word? That's what I want to know. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? But I'm saying if I see my friends, right, and my American friends, and they don't use that word, right, I'm going to assume that, okay, if his mother doesn't use that word, his grandmother probably never used that word. I'm not going to think that my American friend mother that don't use the word and think, well, obviously, yeah, grandma used it, but mom didn't use it. Like, you see what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm never being clear. So let me know if Black Americans during the 30s and 40s used the N-word on each other in an endearing manner. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I never did that. So, what, Brother Bakari? He said, my dad was born in 1920, my mom 1927, and the word was not allowed in our house. Okay. All right. So that's one. Right. Is there anybody else that their parents use the N-word just loosely like that? Like, these guys in their 30s. If I had a kid in high school, they'll probably be like my kids, probably. You know what I'm saying? and my generation used that. So I'm not surprised that that hey, my dad uses it or whatever. Like dude, you like my younger brother's age. Like if I had a kid like in high school or coming out of junior high school, yeah, I could see that. But that's why I said the 30s and the 40s. But all right, Bakari answered. So anybody else, I would like to know. So Malcolm X said the N word. Yeah, but in what way? In what way? He described it talking about the mentality of black people. I'm talking about, was the N word used in a way, an enduring way, like say, yo, you my nigga, man, yo, like in an endearing manner, not for the purpose that it was supposed to be for, right? So, all right, I just wanted to know. So I'm gonna say, for the sake of my people, that most Black Americans got more sense, right, back in those days than to use the N word loosely like that. I'm gonna say that because I know my people are smarter than that. And like I said, most of my Black American friends, their mother or father was not calling each other. They probably cursed them out a little bit, but they weren't calling each other nigga. Nah. And my homegirl, she had like a bunch of aunts and uncles, and it was a whole bunch of them, and not really, they weren't doing that. All right, so let me let me keep it pushing.
So I allowed y'all to devolve for about a good 5 to 6 minutes just now. That's what y'all wanted. Y'all had at it. I hope hey, that was what it was. Hey, Black, talk to us. FBA versus Pan African Revisited. How has your opinion evolved over the Trey?
Man, I hate that term diaspora war, because how's it a diaspora war when we could care less about what's going on in their homeland? We just care about what's going on in ours. It's more like a...
So you heard that lie. How's it a diaspora war? Well, it's a diaspora war, low intelligent little man, is because Tariq Nasheed is a grifter. He saw ADOS was doing their thing. Pan-Africanism and whatever grift he was running wasn't making him enough money. So he invented FBA, Sorry about that, y'all. Just having a little bit of technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Let me start back where I left off. I apologize once again. Where am I? Okay. I have to start all over again. Come on. You guys hear me, right? I'm trying to start the stream back. You guys hear me, right? All right.
My mind hasn't been changed about the importance of Africa, the importance of Brazil, the importance of Afro-Mexicans, the importance of the Caribbean, and like how we all are connected in very different ways. But at the same time, you know, I also want my family built here and suffer.
Trey.
Man, I hate that term diaspora war, because how's it a diaspora war when we could care less about what's going on in their homeland? We just care about what's going on in ours. It's more like a diaspora invasion with hostility. Because like if we come over here, let's say they were hiding the truth and we do have native roots. And then we have people coming in from the diaspora talking about we're culture vultures, we're trying to discover our own history. And then they cloak themselves in.
See, I had to go off because then if I say so, those are he's addressing me, and he's saying because remember, tether means invasion, means that black people are there to undermine black people. Just you being from somewhere else means that you're trying to undermine them. It's like a Republican mindset. They're going to replace you. Again, that's why I have that thumbnail of Samuel Jackson being the house coon saying that you black immigrants need to go. This nation here is for me and Massa. You know what I'm saying? So they still have a very deep plantation mentality, right? Because I just had to like walk away because I'm like, because if I say something, then it's a problem. Because all that stuff and all those shots he could take, but I can't take no shots.
Blackness, so we bring them in as our friends. And
you didn't bring anybody in. There was no Black American welcome wagon for Africans or Caribbeans. Again, he's repeating the pseudo history of Tariq Nakoon.
You know, that I think that's very dangerous. And I thought that when I first realized a lot of this history and I found out that a lot of the stuff that we told was lies, I think my opinion has kind of changed with a lot of these conversations, because when I learned a lot of this information, I thought I would share it. I didn't think that I would get so much resistance when I'm trying to get people to reconsider the Eurocentric narrative we've been taught. Like, and that makes me think even deeper. Like
your history is based on Europeans. What are you talking about? The moment they try to say that we were always been here, they're gonna cite a European.
When we were trying to get out of captivity, we were probably met with the same type of resistance.
How again, guys? I know I keep cutting off because he keeps telling so many lies in rapid succession. How were you trying to get free? Your plan is to get money from white people, is get reparations, and sit your stupid black ass right where you are right now. There is no plan B. Plan A is all they have. Plan A, get money, be happy, sit your ass down, leave me alone. There's no, okay, we need to get this money so we could get money so we could get a town, a city, a state here, open up a business here, do this so we could be on our own, free from white people, open up our own city. There's none of that talk. So be free of what?
Resistance. Those people that are trying to wake up. That's why all these slave revolutions were brought down from within, because we have people who would rather side with outsiders. They want to greet people who despise us and talk bad about us, call us racial slurs with open arms and put them under the cloak of a black. So when you witness this in your face, you still want to defend it. So it's kind of made me just want to like give up. I think there's enough people who have the mentality to like they get it, but I think when you have conversations,
I'm gonna let the cat out the bag right now. So during this live, right now, you guys, we know he's full of shit, and he's taking. He's not. He's just think he's on a high horse. So I'm gonna let the cat out the bag right now. Q, hope I'm not getting you in trouble. Right? Q is the brother in the white, in the Sox hat. So as I was getting ready for this show, I mean, I spoke to Trey before the after show, and I thought we kind of gained ground here as far as like understanding. But once you take on the mentality of your oppressor, I think it's a little bit hard to deprogram yourself. So I'm saying all that to say, so before we were starting the show, I was in the back. People were coming in. He didn't bring me up yet. So as the show's about to start, FBA Trey is there, and Q said we're going to have a guest. He didn't tell them, all of them that's going to be me yet. So he's like, we're going to have a guest here, blah, 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 blah. And Trey probably figured out it was me. He was like, yo, man, I don't know why y'all be having all types of people here. Y'all be having all types of foreign. I hate y'all niggas for that. Why y'all would be inviting other people in our business? And all this anti-black vitriol that he has. You know why? Because they don't like pushback. They don't like pushback. They don't like actual historical critique that pops their bubble, that breaks the caves of their echo chamber, right? So he said a lot of foul stuff about Africans and other people. So and this is backstage. This is backstage. Because he didn't know it was me. I probably think he figured, but I don't think he would have said that knowing I was backstage. But he was saying that. So I'm just saying to say all this, well, I didn't know. And you see, like, he's full of shit. He's a xenophobe. You see him, you might as well just see your regular average Klan member.
So I had a conversation with a homie who I was trying to talk about Kamala's not black, and they wanted to ask me if Kaepernick was black. You know what I mean? So, and I had homies defend Candace Owens.
Can we go to like a quick sidebar? But technically, according to what y'all defined as black today, he can't be black, right?
Of course, Kaepernick, he's of black lineage, and he stood up.
No, he's not. He has Caribbean people, parent. Like his dad's Caribbean, and his other parent is white.
So the Stokely Carmichael.
But y'all just said that black was like a very specific like American lineage, or my bad. No, it's not, right? It's just as long as you grew up in America.
I said
you got some like anything from Africa in you.
I said FBA is a lineage culture and try to undermine it, because in this definition you are undermining us. So it's just basically me calling you a coon. And so it's like if you get mad at me calling another black American a coon and feel insulted, why would you feel insulted if I'm talking about a coon? No, but we don't defend coons. But unfortunately, a lot of people from the diaspora,
that's a lie.
If you call them a domestic coon, they're like, who are you calling a coon? Bruh, stop cooning.
I think that anybody that you call a coon typically would just say that exact thing. Who are you calling a coon?
Exactly.
And I guess you so
but I'm saying
I call like a stupid person
intentionally egregious, and I believe it specifically, and that's where like it's your own liberty to use it. But if you're asking me the question, I stay away from like the coon and things like that for specifically if it's something I disagree with and I don't know their exact intent. Because it might be somebody that thinks differently to me. If I think that you have like ill intent, where I don't like whoever we want to say like has ill intent. Let's say Jason Whitlock.
The other side's catching up, and you kind of get to see the other side for what it is truly in today's political world.
Gotcha. Kofi.
What's the question?
Is identity politics the American way?
I mean, yeah, it always is. Ever since, well, I'm going to disagree. but educated people will know that during this country was being built, everyone had a place where they came from. That's when, I mean, racism was created around the Victorian era, but that transferred over here into the Americas. So whoever wasn't white and was of the subjugation of the 13 colonies, and black people from Africa, I'll say it again, black people from Africa, they were stripped of their name and everything. And no matter who you are or what you are, as long as you were phenotypically African, you were always under the heel of white supremacy. So identity politics has I agree, identity politics was always the American way, all the way, because it had who's on top, who's in the middle, and who are the servants. And if anyone gets out of place, that system is going to put them right back in the position that they were. So black people being Africans, they weren't treated different from slavery or up to now. No matter what the fuck you call yourself, you were always treated like that African that came off the boat. And if you weren't treated like that African that was off the boat, then I don't know what the fuck you are. And if you're not an African, a black African that came off the boat, then in my view and sensible people will say, you shouldn't be begging, or not begging, you shouldn't be asking for reparations because you need reparations, but you do need reparations for what? Your African fucking ancestors. If you're not African, shut the fuck about reparations, because you can't have it both ways. Because it's to repair what has happened to your African ancestors that came on this shore and their descendants. It has nothing to do with just, their descendants. It's the wrong started when those Africans came off that boat and came on here. And if you're a Native American, that's a separate thing. So to answer your question, identity politics is the American way. I'll pass the mic.
Trey.
Man, all that African shit really threw me off, man. I'll take that as an insult, man.
You see, he said all that African shit threw me off. He's taking it as an insult. So here comes the coonery. Here comes FBA ruckus.
And that's why I asked you refrain from calling me an African. I mean, call me a Black American freedman, or something along those lines, bro. Because I come from Native American roots.
You see how I wasn't even talking to him, but see, they let him respond to me. But if I respond to him, they get all upset. Oh, why you say that? Da, 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 da. Stay in your lane. Da, 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 da. But see, he's addressing me now. Like, nah, I said what I said. You say what you say. Why you gotta address me?
And I've been said that multiple times, bro. But back to what we were saying, identity politics has been like the core of global politics.
I wasn't talking to you, Trey. I wasn't talking to you. I know I'm cutting you up.
We're talking about Black Americans, bro. We keep talking as Africans. Like, we African Americans started in the 80s by Jesse Jackson. That's when he started calling us African Americans. Now that
I just proved to you when I showed you Dr. Clark and everyone that we were considering ourselves Africans. We're either Africans or Black. They trying to do this sad, weak okie doke that African doesn't mean Black and Black doesn't mean African. Negro, negra is Black. They were calling those people from Africa. They didn't call Black people anything else except for the ones from Africa. You had Black people, and you had Native Americans, and you had white people. You had those three groups of people until they started importing more Chinese people to do the transatlantic railroad, right? But those three major groups was white people, Native Americans, Black people. And this is how you know this guy is a unalert, low information coon, because he's taking Tariq Nasheed talking points and he can't back it up. All he can do is just be hurt.
But we have power.
Your genetics will say something different, though. Your genetics.
I got
will say
you, bro.
Different.
But I think a lot of us, if we're trying to identify ourselves in our own homeland, then I think you should have enough respect for us not to like immigrate over here and then tell us how to identify ourselves, bro. Like even if we are African, if we don't want to be called that,
for me to immigrate over here again, they get mad that I'm able to go here, go there. I could go here, and this is this thing that makes no sense. If you're mad at because I'm an American citizen, right? He doesn't have no more rights than me. If you're mad at that's how the system is laid out, go complain to the white man. But he's not, because he's a bitch in front of the white man. He praises the white man. The white man makes the rules. He's too cowardly to go to the white man and fight. But he has no problem holding his hand out to his white man asking for reparations. This is the cowardness of FBA, right? This is the cowardness of FBA. So I'm just as American as him, but he has a problem with me saying something. If a white person says something about Black Americans, they ain't gonna say nothing.
I'm not gonna go to Guyana and tell them how to label themselves, bro. You just like going on and on, just like trying to.
Yes, because the people of Guyana are not saying the Black people are Guyana are not saying we're Native Americans. Because the Amerindian people are gonna look at you like you're crazy, just like the Native Americans here. All these niggas saying that they Native American, they on no reservation, they got no tribe, they got no Native American culture, they got no Native American names, they don't have anything that's Native American except for a Sorry, guys. It keeps happening. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Let me get back to it. Internet keeps acting funny. See if I can start it back up.
Disrespect, bro. I take it as disrespect. And if my people didn't call themselves Africans generations ago, and for you to come over here, immigrate over here, and then
that's
tell
not
them
true.
they were, they didn't. I'm telling you,
You
how you gonna
immigrated
tell
over
me?
here too.
You know better
What
what you know better than my
before you immigrated here?
you know better than my ancestors over here, bro.
No, so that's what I'm asking you. What did you
Just a
call yourself
disrespect, bro.
before? No, so what did you call yourself? So
Cherokee.
help me help you.
Cherokee, Seminole, Mayan.
No, what the fuck?
Mayan, yes.
Cherokee.
If you,
so let's break this down.
Hey, hold on, fellas.
is not
Hey,
an
Trey,
indigenous-
because we still got to get through.
Come on, what's the deal? You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna start putting the link in the chat for anybody wanna go up, because my internet is acting a little bit funny. And we are over 3 hours in. So I might cut it a little short. I mean, it's not that much I have to play. It's pretty much the same BS, that they keep, saying pretty much. But like I said, the links in the chat for anyone that wants to go up, that wants to say anything. Trying to let the video play, but I guess it hasn't caught up to my Wi-Fi, so I'm having a little bit difficulties here. But like I said, as you see, I'm pretty much at an end with this. All right.
You know better than my ancestors over here, bro.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know why I won't play. Hold on. I'll do this. Feelings here. That's evident.
Hey, fellas, if we can't get back to the question, I'm gonna just go to somebody else.
I got you, man. I mean, and I understand Q. I just asked him not to address me that way to talk about it. I told him, I prefer not to. But if we're gonna go and we can't do that, then I guess
I wasn't talking about.
Hey, fellas.
Okay. All right.
Let him finish all this piece.
Kofi said no. Kofi said no. All right, fine. So identity politics has been the core of global politics since the beginning, like when they first, like in the 1400s and the Reconquista, when they put all the black people out of Europe, pushed them into Portugal, and picked those people and brought them to America, and then the Pope, declared that all black
Sorry, guys. I might have to end the show because I don't know what's going on my internet. I don't know. I mean, I'll put the link in the chat again. Sorry about that. I don't know what to say. Like I don't know what's going on. This normally doesn't happen, but it's happening. I'll try to start it back again.
Black. And I think that was used against us because he was somebody that was not really one who would identify with us. But they put us out there because they know that we were like, oh, it's finally our turn. But it was really a trick. And I think they're really doing that. They're attempting to repeat that same thing with.
Shut up! You a stupid ass. All right, I'm gonna go a little. Gonna go forward. Right here. You finished talking. A white straight man. That's pretty much the
back end, but it says your device is not connected. We are about to start the call-in section as we continue to evolve the conversation. We're going to try and squeeze a couple in, but again, we try and keep the conversation within 3 hours. It's about 27 seconds left. 27 minutes left in general. But call-ins, the link has been dropped. Talk to us, but whoever wants to hop back in.
Can I go?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't understand what G meant. Like it was like, I mean, politically it was smart. I don't think Kamala's Indian mother and Jamaican father was like, we're gonna give birth to her because she will be the perfect candidate. She would be the perfect candidate because yes, I do agree with G. She does check all those boxes. Versus the Republicans is a very narrow road. You have to be white and you have to be a man and you have to be a white straight man. That's pretty much the description for Republicans and a Christian.
So you do or don't agree? I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying you do or don't agree?
No, I agree with you when it comes on the Democratic ticket because the Democratic ticket is supposed to be, they like to say, it's supposed to be representation of America versus the Republican side. It's supposed to be, they're more conservative. It's supposed to be a straight white Christian man. So that's what's on their ticket. They don't entertain that. Even when Vivek Ramaswamy was winning, right? You had Ann Coulter, right? Obviously a typical Republican racist. She was like, I love your policies. I saw the debate and everything, but I can't vote for you because you're an Indian. And then his wife went over there, was doing on the campaign thing, meeting Middle America, and was like, hey, wow, I like your policies, like what you're saying, but you're Hindu. What is that? You're a goddamn Hindu. So it's like, why? Because the Republican Party is bred for white, straight Christian males, and you have to fall in line versus the Democratic Party. So you're going to have more people going on the Democratic ticket because they see people in their party in them versus, hey, I'm an Asian. Let's say I'm a black man or a Hispanic man, and if I'm a black man, they're the same. Black people are violent, and we're inherently violent, and we're not smart, and all this other stuff. I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of a group that will respect me as a person. So that's why that political dichotomy is the way that it is.
Gotcha. So I'm a land with this. Everybody try to keep your comments under 2 minutes, then we'll bring in our first call in. Is voting Trump off code?
Hell
no. Let's start with G, and we'll just go around the horn. Try and keep it under 2 minutes.
Man, I keep it precise. I gotta be honest. I don't see how you can be pro.
It's like, I'm not sure what people's bubbles are. It's like, I'm not sure what
voting with my community's interests. I think that's You only do that if you let the fear tactics.
So the Trey dude, he's voting for Trump. So no big surprise here. He likes cult following. He like cult leaders. So he likes Tariq Nasheed. He likes Jadain Calloway. So these are people that are not the smartest people in the group. These are the people that would pretty much follow personalities and base their decisions on what feels good or what they think, not based on knowledge, not based on intelligence, not based on stats, not based on anything of value or credible to make informed decisions. So no big surprise that he's going for Trump. Plus, it suits into his anti-blackness, his xenophobia, and everything that Trump is. I don't care if Republicans don't like my black ass and kicks my ass and call me the N-word, which they probably like because they feel they're N-words. They're going to get rid of everybody that's not a black American, right? So it's just going to be white people and FBAs, right? All the white foreigners, all the whites from Europe, they could stay. We got no problem with them, right? But all the black Africans and all the brown people that aren't white, yes, they get to go. So that's the team who he's siding with.
Get to you. I think we need to move beyond that.
Gotcha. Kofi.
I do understand. I do realize, like, I'm not sure what people's bubbles are and things like that. And I know depending on what state you are, you get different news. I was in Philly, I was getting weird news. You're in Florida, I get even more crazier news. So if you don't go outside your bubble, I can understand how some people hold certain things, certain truths. But if someone that's well informed or just a little bit of what Trump represents, right? And if you're an upstanding, respectable black person, you're just a sellout. I'm sorry. If we know the simple code of being on black code is not letting anybody or anyone internally, externally disrespect black people as a whole, and don't undermine us in any way. Trump checks all those boxes. So if we know the little bit of what Trump does, like him and his father Fred Trump here in New York wasn't renting to black people. The Central Park Five, right? Central Park Five, they were saying, hey, look, they've been exonerated through DNA evidence and the person that came forward with the crime. No, New York does have a death penalty, but I still want them niggas to fry. This is what he was saying when he was in office, right? Black Lives Matter was protesting. He's like, can we just shoot him in the leg? But January 6th, those are just peaceful people. In Charlottesville, you have black people and white people in solidarity want to take the Confederate statue down, right? It was a white supremacist symbol.
Look
right?
at black folks coming together. Me and Kofi on the same page. Keep talking, my brother.
Damn, that should make you concerned.
Nigga, you shout out the Proud Boys.
Yeah, earlier. So G saying, "Hey, look, we on the same page, right?" So again, except for the FBA black shit, we most of the times we're on the same page. But you see him, the FBA Trey, he said, "Oh, that should be concerning." Okay, that's fair. That should be concerning that we agree. But G just said, "But you're down with the Proud Boys." That's why I'm saying he is a cult follower. Trey is way more way more into the rabbit hole than G is. He's way more into the rabbit hole. That's why he's following Trump. He doesn't care about all the racist stuff. He doesn't care. He has accepted his place as a Negro in America that's gonna get nothing. And he think if he's nice to white people or if he hurts other black people in the sense of getting something for himself, right? That the white people could use him to pit him against other black people. He think his reward would be reparations. That's the only angle where I could see. But guess what? White people break all their tools. Guess what? Donald Trump used Tim Scott, right? Byron Donald. He used Oh, my bad. Y'all fell off. Damn. Now StreamYard, I wonder if it's StreamYard acting up, yo. Because I didn't know y'all fell off. This is crazy. Damn, this is crazy. I think someone tried to come in and then StreamYard must have fell off. Like, I don't understand what's going on tonight, y'all. Like, this is crazy. I was playing the whole segment and I thought y'all were on. And I check up on the chat and you like I was like offline. Shit. I'm not gonna go that far back. Hold on. I'm about to pull it up again. You know what? What's up, Q?
Yep. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't start with my internet, man. It's or StreamYard. It's acting crazy. Yeah, what's up?
Gotcha. Not too much. I seen you was live, so I said I'm a be an active participant. What it look like you're reviewing the show from, was it last week?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts basically, if you listen on it, my gripe is basically with G and Trey. So basically it's on that, and I wasn't really getting a lot of I know you have it, you know, you're hosting it and you have to structure it a certain way, but like I wasn't really getting a lot of input, because I mean, like, see, I got my notes from last time, so I was writing a lot of stuff down. So you know what I'm saying, I was really just frustrated about I couldn't get everything out, but at the same time, my gripe mostly was just Q and G. So what I'm doing from this perspective is saying all the points that I mentioned in the show, all the points that I've mentioned was basically, look, everyone has their own opinion. But me personally, when we talk about certain things, opinion is irrelevant. We need to be talking about what is and what isn't. So when we talk about what blackness is, and we have to have a actual historical narrative of what blackness is, and our grandmaster teachers stated what blackness is. So what I did, I played what Tariq Nasheed is about, and I did a contrast, and I did what who Dr. Clark is, who Dr. Chancellor is, who Dr. Jeffries is, saying that we called ourselves African, right? Before 1989, before Jesse Jackson. We knew the distinction of the groups of who's a Native American, who's an African, who's a European. So Dr. Clark stated that. Dr. Jeffries stated that, right? These are men that were the best to ever done it during that time. Like Dr. Umar can't even say anything about them. That's how big they are. So in our age, like our doc, you know, he's like a Dr. Umar to like back then, but Dr. Umar can't hold a candle to them. So I preface that first so we could see what it is. So once we get into the conversation, we do the review, we can see that what Trey is saying is a lie. We can see what G is saying is also, I'm not even gonna say G is lying, because he's saying that's his opinion, but I'm saying, okay, your opinion really doesn't matter when we have a historical narrative of who we are, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying all this is coming from FBA paradigm. That's why in the beginning that I came, I know it gets heated because they feel personally attacked, but I'm trying to expose the fact that you're using a phrase and a term that is not based in any scholarship. It's not based in anything tangible. You cannot go to any university, whether black or other, and
You talking
say
about the term tether?
no, FBA.
Oh, FBA. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
FBA. You can't go to university or any college and say, well, this is what FBA is and this is what it stands for. They will never sign off on that because it's pseudo history. It's something that somebody made up.
Let me ask you. I guess this first question would be: So are you saying all this to say that you disagree with the idea of the lineage part of FBA, or are you saying that you disagree with more so a lot of the rhetoric that exists within the movement?
I would say both because, and
Okay,
this is
so you're not like a fan of the idea that I guess you would say 1865 and back, black people have a very distinct history when it comes down to the history of America and its own unique ethnogenesis. You disagree with that part?
no, that's not what I disagree. And this is
That's the
where
lineage part, though. That like outside, like when
no,
we
no, no,
strip
no, that's not
away
the part.
like any rhetoric that deals with like Tariq and everybody else.
No, but see,
That okay.
this debate and switch. This is debate and switch part though. That always comes up. That they always that during we have
But
this
all right, so
conversation,
Kofi,
they'll pivot to
real
that.
quick. I'm speaking to you as like as genuine as possible.
No, I'm
I'm
not
like
saying you're being
I don't.
disingenuous.
So
But
yeah. So I don't like. I'm not engaged in a bait and switch, and I understand that there is, and that's why I said like when we like take away the rhetoric and all those things. So I'm only asking you inside like as good faith as I possibly can. The question of like, because understanding if there's a difference in you saying that in a scholarly way, if it's presented to any of these guys, the idea of there being a very specific lineage and then the idea of like a lot of the rhetoric, I think that those are two different things. And to me, usually when we have these conversations, it seems like that's the like this is where a bit of the hiccup ends up being. Typically, I take it as though you feel as though in good faith you understand the idea of its own different ethnogenesis, but you
Mhm.
don't agree with the rhetoric that is being pushed by a lot of people within the movement.
yes, that's why I'm not saying you're being disingenuous. I'm saying when we
Yeah,
have these conversations, because look, and I'm gonna try to be not long winded because you got to understand.
yeah.
Tariq Nasheed saw what Yvette Carnell was doing,
Mm-hmm.
right? He just parroted what she was doing, the xenophobia, the hatred against immigrants and other black people. He
And made
just
it less
intensified
LGBTQ
that.
and
But
put
what
a
yes,
different acronym.
and what he did was like took a noble cause. Okay, this is a noble cause. Reparations is a noble cause, right?
Mhm.
But I'm gonna add and emphasize more of the xenophobic rhetoric around it. So what they do is like, if you attack quote unquote FBA ADOS, what's the script? Oh, you don't want us getting reparations. Oh, let me find out. Oh, you're a tether. You're an immigrant. And like, no, that's not what it's sad. It's like it's like no, that's a stupid okie doke. Like I see y'all okie doke. No one is against
Right.
Black Americans as a whole. No one is, and I said it before on your channel and many lives. I'm like, I'm against the ID. I'm against the rhetoric circle behind it attacking other people. In AFRICOM, they don't talk about Black Americans, right? You don't have to. And even when I first came on the show about about FBA, and I was like, even in Trey's description of what FBA is, he's attacking other Black people. So that's what I'm saying, and I understand because the FBA has to attack Black people because that's their bread and butter. You cannot be alone, stand alone. Well, okay, I don't like what Yvette Carnell was doing. I don't like what she's doing. Teresa said, you know what? I'm going to show you how to get reparations. Like 4 or 5 years later, still nothing close to it. So I understand the lineage. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm disagreeing and pushing back with all the pseudo history and the hatred towards other Black people around it. That's it.
Right. No, and I get that. And when you say pseudo history, I imagine you're speaking about the like the native narrative,
Correct.
and like a lot of like the anti out of Africa commentary that tends to come with the FBA movement, correct?
Correct.
And so,
Correct.
and making sure I understand your point is if, as clear as possible. It also sounds like so in general, like the lineage part, even not I wouldn't use the word explicitly, but as explained through the ADOS lens, and just like the idea that lineage does exist and it's different and reparations is old is a valid argument, and you're not anti that. You're just anti what it ends up being inside its bastardized version.
Exactly. So like HR 40. HR 40, no one doesn't like HR 40, and I feel it's a little bit disrespectful because we're gonna study what slavery is. Like, what the hell? You mean study what slavery is? This American history. What's there to study? No one HR 40 didn't say, well, we're gonna start bashing on Africans and immigrants in order to do HR 40. That never happened. You see what I'm trying to say? You don't have to denigrate other people in order for you to get something. And that's what ADOS and FBA does. So the moment you criticize it, and I'm specific in the specific criticism, and it is like, oh, you don't want us to have anything and you hate us and you have an agenda. It's like, nah, I'm not falling for that okie doke. And coming in, that's what I'm trying to establish. But again, I'm being pushed back with feelings. Not okay, Kofi, you know you're wrong because Tariq did this, that, and Tariq is like, there's no pushback. It's like, oh, I'm just doing it because I hate Black Americans and I don't want them to get reparations. The response is a disingenuous response because I'm basically asking, like, why do you have to do one or the other? So when Trey would say something like, oh, but you're in our business, and I'm like, bro, I've been having this conversation for years. I followed Tariq Nasheed before he pivoted to FBA. Tariq Nasheed for years was talking about, I say for about a good 2 years, was talking bad about Caribbeans and Africans. And until he went on Twitter doing it, it like shut everything down. Then they started responding. Then it's like, oh, now they're hiding their hand. After 2 years, they're like, oh, well, we didn't say anything. Why are you so anti-American? And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if G or Trey, I don't know when they got on the FBA train, but I was in there before I pulled out the goddamn station. And so when they saying all these things, well, no, we just mind our business. That's total bullshit. What's up, brother Bakari?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Q? You want to say something real quick?
Yeah. So I guess so. This will be and it seems like, you know what I mean, like a bit of the conversation is based around like the live. So this would be my critique of, because like I don't think there's like specifically anything that you said that I disagree with, and that's why I also wanted to make sure, like slowly walking through the idea of clarification of your points, because of sometimes inside a very disingenuous world you can mistake what a person is saying because of, you know what I mean, just the way that it is phrased. Yeah. And that often ends up being what ends up the issue inside a lot of these conversations, i.e. in that conversation on Unpacked, where it was a mischaracterization of your perspective per se, and it ended up being like a yelling match of things that didn't really matter, right? I think that we got into like a yelling match of, what were y'all doing? Like if
I was just mentioning something. All I said that
I got you.
The word tether was being used, and that was it. And I was going to answer the question that you posed, but then again, it's like, oh, what's the big deal? We got into like
the tether porch monkey nigga conversation, right?
Yeah, because
to me, even inside that moment, because I already kind of knew that where you was going beforehand. I'm sure you it looked like you was looking at the video. Well, I was like, hey, no, let's not go there, because I already kind of could predict how derailed the conversation would get.
Yeah, and I paused that because I was like, because I paused it and you like was like having your hands raised, like, damn, why you had to say portion? Like it was like a freeze frame. I was like, I know Q was like, damn, Kofi, why you had to say that? Because
and so for me as the host, right? Like I understand, like the easiest conversation to have is a low-hanging fruit conversation. And so I'm attempting to not have that, but I know how quickly a conversation can devolve into that, right? Yeah. And so for me, as good faith as I can be about you, I'll be like, okay, I think that you can hit your points without getting that to get your point across. And I think that you could probably do that easily, right? If we get entangled inside a low-hanging fruit conversation, it gets into the weeds where there's no productivity into it. And again,
I know you try to keep it. I know you try to keep it like that way, keep it flowing, and be productive.
Yeah, right. It ends up being like, and we ended up, I'm sure if y'all was watching it, there's like a 15 to 20 minute like section where it is completely unproductive. And it becomes like the idea of exactly what diaspora wars is. And mind
Yeah.
you, like this is the same conversation I would have with Trey when it comes
Yeah.
down to like tether and all these different things. 'Cause I mean, I think in this episode I kind of pushed back on him in the sense of like this is just these are like insults that in general everybody's getting triggered at, whether it's porch monkey, nigga, tether, XYZ. Imagine if we could just have a intelligent conversation and leave these words out of it so we can end at a productive mean. But it ends up devolving into like this back and forth of yelling at each other and
But
saying
see,
like, well,
you may not agree, but there's even when Trey responds to me, right? His response is very it's very it's in attack mode. So these foreigners and these people come in here invading and telling us, and I can't say nothing. If I say something, then it's a problem. But if I just simply mention, hey, something derogatory was said, then everyone's like, oh, come on, get over it. And I mean, when we do the playback, you'll see I'm like, you'll see, there he goes again, calling me this. What are you
oh no,
doing?
listen, I think that for sure, and this is again like to me as moderator, I kind of look at this as like fairly across the board. So don't get offended at this either. So I think that in general, there is like a sensitive let me see how I can say it. Like sensitivity does exist across the panel in general. So there's easy trigger points that ends up happening. And so I think that if we're looking at like G and Trey, they're very like easily triggered moments that ends up happening. Well, I take that back. I think that G is a little bit more triggered than Trey. Trey is he's kind of like really good at like, you know,
Nah, that's the opposite. I feel that's the opposite.
well, let me state my point. I think that like G doesn't usually get into like a yelling, not G. Trey doesn't get into a yelling point. Trey will trigger you, but he doesn't explicitly end up becoming like out of his like, you know, general frame. I
Kind
think
of, yeah.
G will kind of like, okay, you trigger me and let's run with this point. I think that with you, you have like very specific trigger words in which it can get you out of the idea of staying to like hitting the points that are more poignant. And to me, that ends up being where the conversation devolves, and it takes like 30 minutes to get back to a productive space.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree, but like I said, only.
Hello? I can't hear anything.
Kofi, what happened?
Yeah, it sounded like he dropped that. All right, so I thought I was tripping. Bakari, tell us what you think, brother.
I heard y'all talking about something productive. I think it's almost impossible to have a productive conversation with those people that he was on the panel with.
Okay.
I honestly believe that some people is almost like a waste of time, like you're trying to show them and convince them, even when they start talking about blackness and only the people from America was black, which is absolutely not true. And the guy said what Kofi said didn't make sense, but it absolutely made sense when Kofi said people in Africa don't have to say they're black because everybody there is black. So they don't have to put emphasis on it the way we put emphasis on it. But I call these things social media cults, and that's what I call FBA, so-called FBA, is a social media cult. So it just come down to because you can't show these people or tell these people nothing. Even when he said African American is a new term created in 1989. That is absolutely false. But it's a narrative that Dr. Claude Anderson started on social media and everybody just ran with it. And the sad thing is people know that the majority of us is not going to look it up and read it. But if you just study Mary McLeod Bethune, and back in 1943, she had the African American women book club. So which let you know that people call themselves African American way before Jesse Jackson said it in 1988, 89.
Shout out to Bethune-Cookman College. Keep going, brother.
If you go back to 1782, it was some free black people that said they were here and they're African and they're African American. Everything I'm saying can be looked up. But these people, you can't show them that. So now they want to say that they're Native Americans. They are not Native Americans. They're ashamed to be African. And if you listen to most of our people here, right? Most of our people want to be white. That's why they use that N-word the way they use it, because that's what white people called black people and could get away with it. So then we use it to say we're going to make a term out of it. If you read the Negro World, the UNIA newspaper, I forget the guy name that wrote this article, but he wrote an article in the UNIA newspaper, and they were denouncing the word, talking about why we should never use this word. And a Jew, a white boy, wrote a book. First he wrote a newspaper article, then he wrote a book going against what the UNA said and explained why black people should continue to call themselves the N-word because of the way that it sounds. It just sounds so good and genuine when they say it. So black people been teaching against that forever, but so now you have people like somebody in the chat who called himself David Walker's appeal, and there's no way David Walker appeal would be a part. David Walker, if you ever read his appeal and what he was for, he would not be a part of something that's called FBA or ADOS. Now don't get it twisted. I'm an African American, but I'm not a part of no damn FBA or ADOS. It's a social media hate cult, and they hate other black people. All you have to do is listen to them, even their leader of FBA. Listen to how he talks about black women. Listen how he tell black men that they should get them a mixed girl. And if you get a mixed girl, make sure you get one that got a white mother, because a white mother is a better mother than a black woman, regardless of social standings, regardless of money. But black people will still follow and
Just
repeat
making sure
him.
you're saying that those are words from Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah,
That's
those are his
what he had
exact
from
words.
his Mac lesson. So he had a book called Mac lesson.
Those are his exact words.
Yep.
But black people will still follow in. It's a cult. I have a friend, and I told him today, I say, dude, I thought you were smarter than this. I'm literally trying to get you out of this cult. I was doing a live the other day, and I was talking about, it was Roland Martin, it was versus a black Trump supporter. And at the end of that, so because he had no facts, and at the
I saw
end of
that
that,
one. It was
he
brutal.
told Roland Martin, when Roland say, next time you come, bring facts. And I say, this is a black person who's talking to black people, who's getting black people to follow him. And I say, this is an insult. And when black people hear this, they should feel dumb. They should feel disrespected. What he said was, what you don't understand, Roland, we're not concerned about facts. We're concerned about perception and narrative. If we have a good narrative, if you can spin a good narrative, your facts mean nothing to us. And that's what I see with FBA. That's what I see with ADOS. That's what I see with the people that call themselves Aboriginal, Indigenous, whatever. That's what I see with 99.75% of these social media cults. It doesn't make a difference what you show them. It doesn't make a difference what you tell them. It doesn't make a difference how much proof you have. They're going to stand strong on what they were saying. So now when Kofi says something about calling them a porch monkey, see, I'm an African American, and like I said, I would have called them a billyache, right? And with a minute. And Kofi was saying it to prove a point. They got upset, but they did not have a problem with calling Kofi the N-word, as if every black person considered themselves the N-word. So with these type of people that Kofi was on the panel with, there's nothing productive gonna come from these people. There's nothing productive that can come from that conversation, other than the only productive thing that Kofi could do is, you know what? I'm gonna let y'all have this, and I'm gonna leave it be. Y'all are okay. We are not. You are right. Because I would tell them, we are not the same. Y'all are right. We are not the same. And just let them have it. Just because the only thing you're gonna do is piss yourself off dealing with these type of people. I
Got
get them
you.
out.
And I guess like this would be my rebuttal to it as the host of that panel. I'd say that so generally speaking, this is the concept of Unpacked in the To Be Fair show generally is, and it's not even like explicitly debate format, and that's kind of the one thing that, well, that's the second critique that I had for Kofi, was that sometimes the focus will be less on answering the question and more on debating. And the reality is that you don't have to change the minds of the people in the panel.
True.
You're more so speaking to the audience, right?
Exactly. True.
And I think that is more important. If you just like actually get to whatever, I can't remember like an explicit question that I asked, but to me, and that's where like I try and redirect a little bit, is that okay? Typically, if you disagree with somebody, and especially if y'all are polar opposites as Kofi is with typical, or let's say some of the FBA people on the last panel, you can get caught up in the weeds of trying to argue every single thing that you disagree with, but it's so much easier just stating the facts of what you feel to the audience and allowing them to make their decision off of what they can research. And to me, that's the better part of like these panels, where if your idea is changing somebody's mind on a YouTube live StreamYard, it's probably not going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But can you actually like impact the way somebody that's watching this for whatever reason they're watching it and the way they view the world? Probably. I think you're more likely to actually have that done because there's no actual ego involved when it comes down to actually being on a YouTube live XYZ. And to me, that's a better thing to engage with.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right, but it's, if I get my point out, so I know you were strapped for time and everything. So when Trey was say, okay, so when I was explaining, I think the question was, is American politics identity politics, something like that, and
Right.
I was basically saying, well, us as Africans here in America, Trey got triggered. I was just talking in general.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another example, I guess you were bringing up, saying like, hey, the conversation get derailed. I didn't derail the conversation. And I said, hey, Trey, I wasn't talking about you specifically. But he said, oh, but I'm African American, and you saying we Africans, and me or any of my ancestors never ever called ourselves Africans. And I just pushed back saying that's just simply not true. And then he started calling himself a Cherokee, a Seminole, a freaking Mayan. I'm like, what? And again, that's why, I mean,
but
again,
to me, that's the devil. That's a conversation devolving, and it takes you away from, like, I'm sure you are about to make a very poignant point about identity politics in America and how Black or Africans in America, their role has existed in it. But it ends up derailing until, like,
hold on, see right there. But see, but you. Okay, but this is the problem where everyone goes their separate ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you feel is a Black American, and what Trey feels is a Black American, and what G feels is a Black American, what I feel like are two different things. So when we're talking, we're automatically from the gate talking past each other because we don't even agree with what that is. So when you're saying that, you're speaking to, and forgive me, because like when people say things that is just simply not true and is very verifiable, especially when I'm getting the sense of, well, I'm an immigrant, I don't know shit, and you're an American, you're supposed to know this. So according to you, I know more than your history than you. I'm like, look, this should not be something that is in question. So it kind of eggs me. So I automatically push back. And I'm like, how is that true? So something like this, okay, something like this was like a matter of opinion and experience. Like when those Black people use the N-word, in their home. So Brother Bakari said no. You said no. My Black American friends, you guys sound like my Black American friends. I'll be there. Their mother, father, and their uncles, they don't use the word, but I'm not gonna say all Black people don't do that. G's saying all Black people do that. I'm like, what? That's not true. Like he said when in Canada, there's Black people and Canadian. No, he went to the UK and he asked a Jamaican girl, is she Black? And she's like, no, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. This is another FBA lie. Oh yeah, Jamaicans don't consider themselves Black. They just say they're Jamaican. And I should tell my friends that, and ask my wife that. She's like, why are you asking me something so stupid? There's a lot of people saying that Jamaicans don't call themselves Black. They said, man, shut up. Because it's not true. And I'm trying to, I like to put those two things together because it's like Black people are not a monolith. So if you ask a Black person that's Jamaican and they say they're not Black, they're an idiot. Just like if I ask a Black American and say, are you Black? And they say, no, I'm colored. I said, okay, that guy's an idiot. Mm-hmm. But it's like they're doing what FBA does that they say that immigrants do. We take the worst segments of society, prop them up as, oh, this is the standard of the average African or Caribbean, and that's what they're doing. I would never think that. You could show me 20 ignorant African Americans. I'm still not gonna think that's the standard. But with them, you just need one or two. Oh yeah, see how they are, and that's what I'm fighting. And when I fight that, is like, oh, you hate Black Americans. It's a very retarded position to have.
But then hearing, and this is probably what Bakari probably agrees. If you disagree with that, should it be more important to get your actual point out, or to try and like infight with that conversation that you know is probably not going to go anywhere?
I mean, when it came to the question that when I was answering, then it was Trey's turn to answer, and he was addressing me, I had to push back. But if it's something like I'm just, like, you know what, let me one up on him in this because he's wrong, then yeah, I could be derailing the conversation, right?
Oh,
but
now I'm not even speaking about derailing the conversation as much as I think that I would have loved to hear your actual point fully fleshed out, more than you retorting what, like he says, that ends up going into like the generic FBA versus whatever conversation.
Yeah. Oh, guys, you mind if I end the live now because it's at 4 hours? We can still talk, but I'm gonna end it.
Listen, I'm about to shout out to Kofi. Shout out to Bakari. I'm about to take my ass to dinner.
You on your honeymoon, right?
Brother. You said what? Yep.
Congrats, man. Congrats.
We came back to
Congratulations, man.
Oh, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah. Now we came back to the hotel room and I looked at my phone. I seen Kofi on live. I said, fuck it. I ain't doing nothing. I got 1 or 2 drinks in me. I'll politic with my brother. So yeah, I appreciate you even letting me on.
Yeah, man. Yo, like how I'm always welcome to your panel, you always welcome to my panel, brother.
So this was the host of the panel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I wouldn't.
He's the fairest out of all of them.
No, I wasn't talking about the host. I was talking about the other people talking, because the host really wasn't saying nothing but asking the questions and trying to control the panel.
Yeah.
I don't know those guys. Like I said, talking to those other people is almost ain't nothing going. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I never get into it with Johnny. I really like to talk to Johnny with politics. Johnny's more level-headed. I would love to talk to Johnny with politics. I'm kind of finished with G and Trey, but I think a show with Johnny talking about politics, I think would be very good. And
I'm gonna tell y'all this before I get off. The funniest thing to me is that in the after show, it was so funny seeing G and Kofi actually get along a little bit before I had to tap out. And that's the beauty of it. We got to end up having like a Patreon where we actually have the after show, where, like I said, it ends up being so interesting. And there always ends up being its ebbs and flows of moments. But the interesting thing about it is that when you have enough people that are actually for Black people, there are a bunch of sections of intersectionality that ends up existing where you do agree.
Yeah.
I think that you had stopped it at a point where you was like, damn, you see, right now I'm agreeing with my brother Kofi. After
Yeah,
we
that,
just X,
that was
Y, and
that
Z.
was with the Trump thing. Yeah, with the who you
Yeah.
voting for.
Right. But nonetheless, I got to get out of here.
All right, man.
My
Enjoy.
old lady trying to get me out the room. All right, brother.
It's okay. Enjoy, man. Congrats.
Peace.
And congratulations, man, to you and your wife, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, he's a good brother. He's a good brother. All right.
hey,
Well, we can stick around, Bakari. I'm just gonna end the stream. Thank you for everybody that's been that was a part of it. It was a very long one. I apologize. I was having some internet issues, but thank you for everybody to rock with me. Again, the link is in the chat. If anyone wants to come in, we'll still be here, but I was gonna end the stream. Thank you all. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, brother.